Good afternoon, good afternoon. It is I, Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, and I am joined today by Terakawa Hana. Tara, introduce yourself. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, hold on, hold on. I forgot to. No, I screwed up. I screwed up. I screwed up. This is the problem. Hold on, hold on. I didn't. No, I didn't. You're not in. Uh, they can see you, but they can't hear you. Uh, they can see you, but they can't hear you. This is my fault. You're going to have to do it again. I just noticed.
Oh no.
Okay, now we
I
go.
have
Now
to
we go.
talk again.
There we
Hello.
go.
Hello everyone. Can you hear me now? So I don't do it 3 times.
Yes. Yeah. I apologize. I had the audio sources set up wrong. That was a certified old man moment.
No worries, it's fine. Anyway, the name's Terakawa Hana, Dragon Girl at your service, and I am a teacher of English and history, and currently out of a job, trying to make streaming a thing. With my current internet, it's not quite working, but like I will figure out something else.
Well, we have
I'm
to play
actually
these things.
planning on making some videos, but I need to finish some games for that.
Yeah.
And I have about a million, I have like 10 job testings in the next couple of weeks that I'll have to be doing. So
Yeah, so
that's a
goes.
bit fun. And flower selling, of course.
Ooh, okay, okay. Didn't know about the flower selling. Didn't know about the flower selling. Okay, okay, okay. Yes, yes, yes.
No, I don't know. Do you guys know about the? I don't know how much it's a tradition in Western Europe, but I think in Eastern Europe it's a big tradition to sell chrysanthemums on the All Saints Day, which is the 1st of November, because we bring chrysanthemums to family graves and stuff. So, and my family grows chrysanthemums.
Oh, okay.
So, and that's why if you notice on my the necklace around me, it's that's a chrysanthemum flower.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. Here in the United States, that would be seen as papism, possibly even idolatry. Uh,
Oh,
we got the
oh,
we got the American branch Protestantism over here.
yes, I am so Catholic, you have no idea. I support the Pope in everything. No, my family is actually pretty much like I'm from a pretty atheist family. Except for my older brother. I don't know if I'll get into that story, but like that guy was a militant atheist in his teens, and now he's in Fackel, Germany, studying theology in a very minor, technically official order of the Catholic Church, and it's like
Interesting.
it's insane. Yeah.
That's interesting. That's interesting. That's interesting. I come from a very religious Catholic family, which has been interesting because they're I think not what people think of when they think of Catholics, as a rule. Certainly not what American Protestants think Catholics are like. But
No, I would imagine not. No.
I have met people who learned in their 30s that that Catholics disagree with the Pope all the time.
Yeah.
They thought
Yeah.
that like all billion something Catholics agreed with the Pope on every single one of his opinions, which is extremely not true. Extremely not true.
Actual question here.
Yeah.
Do you guys in history learn about the anti-popes?
Yeah,
And
not
stuff
very
like
much.
that?
In American public school, we learn about them very briefly. I did, at least.
That's probably why. Probably they don't even recognize that, they don't get the significance of it because it's
Oh, and there's actually a lot of variation in the American education system.
Yeah, I know.
It's it's a big country. It's a big country.
Yeah.
I think we've got multiple states that would be the largest country in Europe if they were in Europe, and even within those states, like I had a different education than people who grew up even like 5 miles away from me.
Yeah.
And
I mean, that goes the same, like, depending on the school.
yeah,
Even.
it's true. There's like a local school dependence, and I remember a friend of mine telling me that when the non-American units in high school, high school is 4 years for us. It's the last part of public education.
Yeah, same for us actually.
Yeah, just clarifying the terms, because sometimes countries use different words.
Yeah, and I know that's why, like, for example, we use primary school, but it's like 1st to 8th grade.
Yeah.
So it's we don't have a middle school or junior high, whatever. It's like it's part of the same school, but it's a different system. Like the first 4 years you have like one teacher, and then the second 4 years you have teacher per subject. So.
I once heard that the Pope in Rome ever established an official Catholic support for LGBTQ people. The Poland would establish an anti-Pope so fast.
Yeah.
Humter is Polish,
Yeah,
so I'll leave him to that. I do know that there is an American bishop who seems to be vying to get himself to be anti-Pope.
No, listen. Okay, so my experience when it comes to Catholicism is that Croats are not quite as genuinely religious as they seem to be. Like they kind of are, but they aren't that steadfast. They're a lot more secularized than we tend to. Even the religious parts than people seem to think. In Poland, though, oh no, from what I get, except a much smaller amount of their country is like that. It's a lot more genuinely hardline religious.
It's a valuable piece. This is me talking sociologically, right? It's a valuable piece of information for certain types of arguments that people will make, because while America and most Western countries have become generally less religious over the last 70 years, and 70 years is a useful time frame for discussing any sociological trend, because like good sociological data doesn't really exist until about 1950. So like before then it's all just like guesswork, but like from 1950 onward we have like lots of surveys and blah blah blah, and like you can have like much more real conversations. So the last 70 years is usually kind of the time frame. Also that corresponds to post World War II, so it's kind of more useful for that. But well, most countries have gotten less religious over that time frame. There are a couple that have become more religious by quite a bit, and Poland is one of them. Like the big ones would be like Poland, Iran, Russia, Russia for sure, and Korea and China have all become more religious than they were 70 years ago. I haven't gotten in my hellos to my chats. Hello me, I managed to beat Seribot today. Hello me, hello Seribot, hello Senori Mango, hello Magnetically Motivated, hello Mr. Overheat, hello Sir Alm, hello Hana. Hello Vex, hello Edens, hello Hoopter, hello... Hold on, that's a lot of the same people. Hello, Gringotts. Okay, that caught up with who's been here so far. I'll catch up to people as they come in.
Yes, hi chat. Sorry, I also didn't say it, but hi chat.
It's not your chat, it's my responsibility. Yeah. It's my responsibility.
No, I do still like to say hi, because obviously I watch it, but also Mango here, he and I have an interesting repertoire. So.
Oh, okay. No, all good. Don't worry about it. I every time I do one of these, I get a couple of people from my guests chat who want to hang out and who are more here for the guests than for me, which is fine, right? This is part of the fun of this, is getting to meet new people. I love meeting new people. It's actually kind of interesting that. I was planning on stalling on this a little bit more. I usually like to spend a little bit more time on the back and forth, but it's actually kind of interesting that we started talking about like religiosity and atheism, because I think that's actually a very important lens for understanding the book we're talking about today. Just to kind of give a little bit of a preview, I think that
definitely.
I think that's actually very important there. Actually, no. Let's vibe out a little bit longer. Let's vibe out a little bit longer.
No,
But
but
yeah,
we can still vibe. We'll talk enough about religion and
yeah.
how it reflects in the book. And
Well,
actually, I do have a question.
yeah.
Why did how much can we spoil? Do we
Full.
focus on just the book, or the series as a whole is fair
Go
grabs?
hog wild. Go hog wild.
Oh,
Go
well, okay,
go go
okay.
nuts. I actually I probably should have had this discussion with you a week ago because I
That's
I only
fine.
focus on the first book and my actual attention on it. So chat. This is a book that I read probably 10 years ago, maybe a little bit longer ago. And so I remember, but as part of a series. And so like when Hana was like, "Oh, we're going to talk about this book," I was like, "Okay, so like wait, hold on. Which parts happened in this book and not in
Yeah.
later books?" Because I was remembering
Yeah.
plot events that are like 4 books later in the series, and so I was focusing on like trying to make sure that
Yeah.
I kept myself limited to this book. You know, that
That's fair.
I was on the same page as you. And it turns out no. It turns out no. I should have just not assumed like that. But yes. We're we're doing another fantasy epic this week. We're doing another fantasy epic, another
Yeah,
modern.
as it so happens, it's because the if I recall correctly, the title, like the idea of the stream, is books that changed my life,
Yep.
and I am the guest, and this book has pretty much changed my life, as I'll talk about in the. Oh, hi, Nya. Hello. Hello, Nya. Okay, I didn't expect you here.
Is that somebody who's
That's a friend. That's a friend of mine.
okay. So I was like, is this a troublemaker? Hello, Nya.
No, no, Nya is great. Nya is great.
Okay.
She's great. Um, she's also a writer, and has written. Is currently on a fourth draft um of a book series. At this point, it will be a book series, but like a fourth draft of book one, and I will probably be the editor for it.
All right.
And I'm looking forward to it. But let's, if she wants to talk about it, she can. But it would take too long to now discuss that as well.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's definitely a whole thing. I like editing a lot, to be completely honest. I actually really
Yeah.
enjoy editing as a practice. And I think that it's I think that people often kind of underrate it, but that's also because my own sense when I write is that I find it easy to get tons of words on the page. But the question is not, did I get words on the page? The question is, did I choose the right words?
Yeah.
I find that I spend much more time removing words than adding words. I find that to be the much more difficult and the much more demanding part of writing. The phrase
No,
that
that's fair.
a phrase that I remember from an engineer is, perfection is not when there's nothing left to add, it is when there's nothing left to take away.
That's actually really, I didn't think of it like that, but that's a good framework. Yeah, that's a good framework. I'm down for it. I'll talk about my writing habits later because
this is part of it. That's part of this is right. It's like how this changed you as a writer.
Yeah.
That was a lot of what you sold.
As for editing, I personally, in some ways, I do think I'm better as an editor. So long as I'm, one thing that I do struggle is that, I feel like it depends also on the person who you're editing for, because if you do have a person who is fine with just laying it all out there, it can be a bit easier to work with, because the criticisms can be a bit more direct, and with others you do have to take more care, and it's fine either way, but it can make for some weird interactions between the editor and the writer. You want to encourage, my main point is that you want to encourage the writer to write more, and not make them, feel like shit.
It's a delicate balance, right? It's a delicate balance.
Yes.
What I have noticed from my own working with writers, is that different types there's kind of it feels bad to put like big blanket stereotypes on this, but there are big blanket stereotypes to the types of writers people are.
Yeah.
Journalists will accept almost any criticism with like very easily. Journalists, pretty much the only thing that they don't really like is if you tell them their entire concept is stupid, which is pretty harsh. So they're really easy to work with. Poets are actually shockingly easy to work with. I kind of expected that poets would be a little bit more challenging. Novelists and academics are pains in the ass. Novelists and academics are absolute pains in the ass. Novelists, because there's always a lot of novelists tend to view their work as very personal, and so any criticisms they tend to take very personally. And academics are mostly a pain in the ass because they respond to you on like a 4 to 6 month per email basis.
If you're lucky.
You just have to get used to the fact that like you might not hear from them for months, and that's just part of the deal. Like that's just part of the deal, dealing with an academic, and that's just life. Whereas again, like the journalists are going to be fast. Poets tend to be like I said, poets tend to be very easy. I think mostly because poets are very used to getting rejected a lot, I think is what has happened. I think anybody who is still submitting poetry after the age of about 18 is expecting about a 5% success rate. So they tend to have pretty thick skin.
5% sounds a lot, honestly.
Yeah, maybe much lower, maybe 0.5%. They tend to have pretty thick skins. So I find the poets pretty easy to work with. Mia, that's also true. Like the more you do editing, the less personal it feels, which is good if you ask me. I think that it is very stressful to be constantly worried about how your emotions get in the way of to be worried like that about your writing, right? I think that's very stressful for people. It's good. It feels better to be a little bit more open-minded,
relaxed,
a little bit more relaxed. But yeah, I do find that that's kind of an interesting thing, and of course, like I always have this thing about. I always tell people, like, please, for the love of heaven, write short stuff first.
Yes.
If you haven't, like, please do. I am begging people who are thinking about writing to write short stuff first, because there's stuff that you will learn from the final couple steps of getting your short story published that no amount of working on a novel will tell you up until you get it published.
What I usually tend to say, for people, I have kind of a writers club on my server, although it's not been as active. As with usual with stuff, it's more active initially, later on it becomes less active, and maybe if I get to grow in the future more, I will be able to kickstart it more. But something that I've said to at least one of the people who've contributed, you might know him, it's Fate, Fate, mm-hmm. Long name, whatever. He and something that I told him is that, especially with his last submission, was because we have a limit of 500 words. It's not a strict limit, but it's generally like you have to put in like a flash fiction kind of thing to convey the prompt or emotion or whatever it is specifically. And I told him, you don't have to focus on making it as dense of a story as possible, like having all of these many moving parts, which is what he's been generally doing. but to just focus on trying to convey the prompt in a simple way, because flash fiction isn't for having a million moving gears. It's
No,
for
no, no.
specifically expressing the thing that you either thought or that you were given to say, to write something about. And that doesn't mean that what he wrote was bad. It wasn't, but it kind of missed the point of where he could improve by doing those flash fiction pieces.
And it's also a little bit of a difficulty with it's a thing that can be kind of challenging to convince people of, not just with like doing a writer's workshop, but with doing a lot of things in life, that the point of whatever you're working on is the practice. It's not it's not that it is the best possible version of X, but that you are isolating down to a specific question, right? Like you're practicing your tennis serves, you know, just a simple one. You're practicing your tennis serve. The question is not like how good is this in the context of like a broader game, or like how does it affect your forehand, et cetera, et cetera. It's is this the best serve you can do, right? And like people often miss that
with using tennis. For using tennis. I actually really like tennis.
Oh, okay,
I play it a lot, so.
But like whatever you're doing, and like people tend to be better about it with sports, right? Like you see a person practicing their tennis serves, and it's kind of obvious how this is practice. You do like a dialogue drill in a writer's workshop, right? You do like a dialogue drill, or a summary drill, right? Like you drill on like writing a summary of a larger plot point, and people are like, what the fuck is the point of this? Like, why not just write the stories? And it's like, well, that's not what I'm doing right now. Like, I'm practicing. I'm practicing. And you know, I do calligraphy all the time, and a lot of what I do is there'll be times where I just like write the same letter like a dozen times in a row, just because I'm like, I want to see if I can improve this letter form. And it's not like the best word. It's just, is this the best X? Is this the best D that I can write? And how can I improve it for later use in later writings? And certainly not the point to like write like a good plot. Like that's not at all the point. The point is to be beautiful on its own terms. But it's particularly with writing workshops, it tends to be something that people kind of struggle to internalize. That's what they're doing. That what they are doing is not trying to complete completed full works that stand on their own 2 feet, but that you are trying to remove down to specific things. And this is actually often my defense of fan fiction from a learning how to write perspective, is that a lot of what you're doing with fan fiction as a practice, as a study, as a genre, is that you are skipping the part where you have to develop the characters
And the world.
and the world.
Because there was a poster on Tumblr who was like, I never really got into fan fiction because it often felt like reading kind of a movie script. And that is partially true. I think it feels more with verse fan fiction for that. With better fan fiction, it's more expensive usually, so you have so it feels much more like a standard novel piece. But that is part of it. I mean, writing movie scripts is also a pretty good practice. In addition to that,
it is in
a different way.
Well, I mean, I'm actually a sucker for gimmicky stuff. I'm actually a big sucker for gimmicky writing. I really like epistolary fiction, which is like not very popular anymore. I really enjoyed Ada Palmer is a historian who's written some science fiction, and in her science fiction, she often deliberately imitates dead genres. And like really dead genres, like genres that like people haven't been using since the 1700s, kind of dead. So like she'll have chapters where like it's only dialogue with no with like no notes on who's talking, sort of like how John Boyce writes. John Boyce writes like that a lot.
Yeah.
Or it will just be like literally written like a Shakespearean play, or it will be all description with like no dialogue ever. Like it'll be written like 16th, 17th, 18th century writings. And it is actually kind of interesting that you mentioned the thing about world building, because that's actually kind of my defense of why more people should read contemporary fiction who are really into genre fiction, is because a lot of the virtue from just a general writing perspective, of writing a story set in present day, present time, is that everybody knows what a bus is.
Yeah.
You know, everybody knows what a cell phone is. You don't have to explain to people what going to college is. You know, and you can just really cut through a lot of those proper nouns and world building explanations, which, depending on what you're trying to do, may or may not be a virtue, right? I think it's, but in general, it does mean that you can kind of get to the point a lot faster.
I think it could help, for example, with instead of focusing on the quote-unquote building, to focus on the scene of the world, if that makes sense.
The scene
in
of
that
the
sense, it would be virtual, because you would because even in contemporary works, you do have to set the scenes.
Yes.
And usually, if you also have to do world building, and you have to juggle it, you know, setting the scene is harder. You know, you can't really use that much. You end up spending too much time on something that the reader is, depending on the reader, is possibly going to just glaze over. So, you know, in that sense of, you know, reading contemporary and writing contemporary fiction would definitely help. Yeah.
Whomter pointing out that a book literally explaining Reddits and subreddits is pretty funny. But I was intending that all to be.
But that's the thing, that makes sense, especially if it's not an English setting where, you know, it's US or England or you know, the bigger. But for example, if it's somewhere else, especially that's not as developed, unfortunately, you might genuinely have to explain that, or you might have characters who are older who you would have to explain that to. So
well, it's I mean, like, and it's interesting to see this kind of thing, because one of my favorite books of the last couple of years was Human Acts, which is set by Hong Kong. I love Hong Kong. She's a Korean writer, and it's this kind of surreal story with a pretty experimental structure about the Gwangju Rebellion in 1980. And she doesn't explain what it is, because she's a Korean and she's writing for a Korean audience. And like, it's never really explained in the novel what the Gwangju Rebellion was about. And it's interesting to read it because some of the stuff that she kind of takes for granted is stuff that I consider colorable, but I know that some Koreans would consider flat out conspiracy theories.
Interesting.
Yeah. I mean, the TLDR is that the Gwangju Rebellion was a Korean anti-authoritarian rebellion, like an anti-fascist rebellion against the Korean government of the 1980s, which was a nightmarish totalitarian hell. And the military.
I mean, it's not like the current one is that much better. It's
at least a democracy where you can beat up your elected officials, which is pretty cool. There's a lot of problems in Korea,
but you're still owned by Samsung.
That's true. That's true. There's a lot of problems in Korea, and there's a lot of reasons why Koreans talk about Hell Joseon. But the '80s one was a poor, backwards dictatorship. It was the kind of thing that Americans think of as like a sub-Saharan African warlord state kind of situation, but in Korea. And there's a big anti-authoritarian, pro-democracy protest movement. The military comes in and cracks some heads. The estimates on how many people died during it vary very heavily. And Hong Kong is favoring a very high number, like a very, very high number. Yeah, Humter, that's true. South
Not
Korea,
even 70s, even past. It's really only with the fall of the Soviet Union that
that North Korea really
they
falls
fell
apart. Yeah,
off.
yeah. North Korea really did. Yeah, North Korea's economic straits have declined radically inside my lifespan. Um, uh, sorry. That's I not great for the North Koreans. However, all of this talk about world building, we got a little bit off track here,
Yes.
because I was trying to use the
No.
world building as a segue
Yes.
into going to talking about our book of today,
The Prince of Nothing.
The Prince of Nothing, because oh boy, does it got world building. oh, I have grabbed the wrong. Okay, first of all, let's kill. There we go. Let's kill that one. Okay. Yeah. For some reason, that was what it decided to do with the Outer Wilds window grab that I had. So this should be the one. Let me take a look at it. Yes, that's the one. There we go. So, we are talking about the Prince of Nothing series and focusing a little bit more tightly on the first book in it, which is The Darkness That Comes Before. So, do you want to go over the basic facts? Do you want to get started on the basic facts of the book?
Well, I guess it depends on what you consider the basic facts, but it's a fantasy, it's a dark fantasy fiction novel written by and by that time and published in 2008 by the author Richard Scott Bakker. I have a comment there, but not saying.
Yeah, tell me when you want next slide.
Yeah, but oh,
It's your slideshow now, bud. Oh, oh no, you did. Okay, that's on me. That's on me. Oh, check.
hello. Can
Okay,
you
you
guys
should
hear
be good
me
now.
now?
You should be good now. Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Because I that is my fault, and that is my fault, and that was my sloppiness. Uh,
It's fine.
yeah.
It's fine. Don't
Uh,
worry.
I apologize.
I just so okay. Let's track back for like literally a minute or something.
Yeah.
The Darkness That Comes Before is the first book in the Prince of Nothing series, which is a dark but also kind of a bit epic fantasy written by Richard Scott Bakker, a Canadian philosopher and novelist. And as it says there in the subtitle, why is one of my earliest and biggest writing inspiration have to be a philosopher attempting a pseudo alternate world postmodernist Tolkien like story? And yes,
Yeah.
I will argue that it is definitely heavily inspired by Tolkien in the sense that he's attempting to deconstruct it,
Mm-hmm. Well, I
but
was
he
gonna say
fails at understanding what it means to deconstruct it.
I
But
think that
that's
this
a
is
wider topic.
to me this read is kind of part and this I read this as being part of what was at one point a little bit of a genre moment
Yeah.
of what if Tolkien but evil.
Yes, that was very big in late 2000s, early 2010s. Like, I think the best example, or maybe the most famous example, is Joe Abercrombie,
Yeah.
the writer. I read the books. Oh, it's been a minute. I don't remember the names.
The first trilogy is called the First Law trilogy.
Yeah, the first law trilogy. Yeah.
I believe it goes. What's the first one? I remember the titles. The Blade itself, Before They Are Hanged, and Last Argument of Kings, which are taken from famous historical quotes. Uh, I think it would be fair to say that Abercrombie's is the most famous entry in that genre and probably the most well remembered.
Even though I would argue he's not the best one. I mean, that's generally how it goes. But
Yeah.
he his deconstruction, if you want to put it like that, is incredibly direct
Oh
and
yeah.
not subtle.
It's what if Gandalf was like a serial killer.
Yeah,
like
not
like
just a serial killer and conspiracy theory type of background
yeah.
manipulator of literally
Yeah.
everything.
What if Gandalf, instead of being like the wise old man trying to do what's best for the world, was a cynical power monger? It was actually probably better
Yeah.
than calling him a serial
Um,
killer. He kills a lot of people, but that's just because it's sometimes people being alive stands in the way of him accomplishing things. Uh,
exactly.
and
But
anyway, we're not
Richard
here to
Scott
talk about
Bakker.
Abercrombie. We're
Yeah,
here to
we're
talk about
gonna talk
Baker.
about Abercrombie. Didn't like his work.
Oh,
I
okay,
didn't
okay,
enjoy it because it was hopeless. That there is no hope,
interesting.
and admittedly, so okay.
Hmm.
It does depend on the setting and the themes, but like usually I like settings that have at least something like hope in
Hmm.
them. And at least in the first trilogy, because this is two trilogies
Yeah.
that comprise a full series, there technically seems to be hope.
Hmm.
And we'll get to what I mean by that, because I mean it's just the one guy that's like the main guy in the story.
Hmm. Hmm.
Um, but for example, a good example for me is Code Vein,
Okay,
which
okay.
is a Souls-like game. The only Souls-like game I like, but it's also because I think it's smoother to play in terms of gameplay. It's
Yeah.
smoother to play than the regular Souls-like games. Like, I personally really like dodging, and dodging in Souls-like games tends to be very weighty at best. Um, so I don't enjoy it as much, but that's neither here nor there. In Souls-like games, generally the situation is hopeless.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Whatever you do, you're just perpetuating the same shit all over again.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Elden Ring is a notable counterexample because you do have an ending, or a ending, whichever. You have a ending in which you can potentially improve things, um, but that's the Rani ending. I mean, but otherwise, it's still very hopeless. So, and the games are also generally pretty gross, and I don't really
Hmm.
enjoy very very much like super gory or super gross stuff. So,
Yeah.
um,
Um,
which
I
brings us back to this
yeah.
one,
Let's say
which
let's get back on our target here.
yeah,
So
which reason, because it also has a lot of very weird and disturbing shit in it, but it is interspersed with a lot of other stuff and with something that I will talk about later, which is how it presents all of that in the style of the writing. So we can go to the next slide if you want, because
yes,
it's
absolutely. No, no, no. I mean,
this is just,
you're the
yeah.
one. You're the one presenting. You just
Okay,
tell me
okay,
when to go.
okay.
You just tell me when you want the next slide.
Okay, so first off, it's me. I'm the weirdo dragon girl. For those that weren't here at first or that don't know me very well,
Hmm.
I'm Terakawa Hana. Again, Tera or Hana is fine. And as it says there, I'm a VTuber. I'm a writer. Variety gamer. I play a lot of stuff. Probably best known for my Apex gameplay and my RTS gameplay, I think.
I definitely think of you
That's like the
as an RTS person. Um,
yeah. I can talk about RTS so much. Like it is my favorite genre, and I still need to make that video about what RTS needs to really evolve, but that's neither here or there. And in
I'd love to have
terms
that
of
conversation with you. But that
yes,
might be for a
we
later
could do
time.
that. Maybe later time, or maybe later on at the
Yeah,
ending, we could talk a bit. But let's keep that in the
yeah,
back of our mind for now.
yeah,
As for my credentials, so I have a master's degree in specifically it says that it's in teaching English and history. That doesn't quite cover everything that I've studied. So I've studied both. I could be an archivist if I could. I would need, in Croatia at least, I would need some extra learning. I could be a librarian easily as well. I've learned how to do a lot of things. And in terms of English, I've covered everything from, in my learning from linguistics to grammar to translation. We were taught how to do a lot of that. Admittedly, I've been at my English level. Well, not in terms of speaking. I only become really good in terms of speaking when I started interacting with people online. But otherwise, my English level has been at this level since high school, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And oh yeah, something I forgot to put there. I am Croatian. I don't know if you guys can hear it in my voice, but I am not actually English
Yeah.
or American or anything like that. No, I'm from a tiny country in southeastern Europe, a good old Balkanoid, if you will. Um, so
Famously
and
has the best soccer jerseys.
yes, the I mean, kind of hard to beat them. Yeah,
Yeah, it's a really good one.
it's
It's a really good one.
yeah. I'm a big soccer fan as well. I watch a lot of soccer as well. I love sports. I love a lot of things. You know, I have a very very set of interests for someone who is generally mostly seen as a nerd.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
I did
so
I did double check it, and you say your country is tiny, but
okay, I
only
mean,
it is one third the size of the city I live in, so it's not that small. uh,
uh, relatively. I don't mean just tiny literally, but also tiny in terms of impact and importance, and you know how we perceive ourselves now. Also, we've lost like four. No, since the war, we've lost almost 1 million people.
hmm hmm
Um,
Yeah.
to mostly to immigration. A lot of us immigrated. Yeah, lion's share and the best share.
Yeah. The best
Which
part of the Adriatic coastline, yeah.
yeah, easily like it, so it's relatively expensive, especially because of the we deny. Okay, it's not just that we deny. We even so there's a story. If I can talk a bit about that. So
hmm
the reason why Bosnia has that little bit of coast has nothing to do with Bosnia. Actually,
hmm
it's that the Ragusa Republic or Dubrovačka Republika. So they were a sort of a city state. It had some territories around it as well, and they were a very important merchant republic for a lot of time, like from 14th to 17th century. In the 17th century, they were at the height of their power, but there was a huge earthquake, and that messed a lot of things up. And they didn't want a direct border with Venice, and so when the long war, I believe it's called, from 1683 to 1699 between Austria and the Ottomans,
hmm
played out. They made it so that they ensured that the Ottomans kept a little bit of the land to the south, so between what would be now to Dubrovnik and Montenegro, and that little bit that Bosnia has, which is a town called Neum. And besides a short part during the first Yugoslavia, that has been the official borders between Croatia and Bosnia ever since.
All right.
So it was something completely irrelevant to Bosnia, and the town is also like the people there are Croatians, and there aren't Bosnians there even, so
Yeah. The Balkans,
Sorry,
the
I
high.
love
It's
talking about history,
well,
so
I think it's actually a very understandable instinct in your part because people outside of the Balkans or who are not really into Balkans history are likely to be quite unfamiliar
yes,
with your
and that
context.
as well.
Um,
So
it's not
I'm
like
just giving some
it,
context.
I enjoy enough telling people about like weird parts of American context, but just explaining to
Yeah,
people like what New York City is not very enlightening because most people have fucking heard of this place, right? Like
yeah,
most people are fairly there's about 20 movies set in New York City per year that get global releases. You have probably seen New York City get blown up on screen about 100 times by now in your life. Uh, I don't need to
If
introduce it.
I watched as much superhero stuff as most people do, I probably would have, but no, I didn't. Also, Mango, that's true.
Yeah.
But the thing is, we weren't the biggest actual bully there.
Uh, my understanding was that it was that Croatia and Slovenia were the so to speak winners of the breakup of Yugoslavia.
Croatia wasn't quite as much of a winner. The war was here for a long time. It did require military operations to end. You know that there were immigrations going both ways. Apparently, I might have lost the potential to get a job at the school that my mother works at. My mother is a psychology professor. Because so I was being a substitute teacher. No, I was a substitute teacher for a professor, and that professor is he doesn't say it outright, but he's pretty much someone who is very right wing.
Oh, okay.
And but so I did I did screw something else there with that, but I
Yeah.
was because we were talking about also immigration and other stuff in a class. I don't know the context. I don't remember exactly what I said, but I also said just like there was immigration of Croats in the early parts of the war, from when the war started, there was immigration from Serbs out of Croatia at the end of the war, and that apparently offended the pedagogue. We have a
Nice. Yeah.
pedagogist, yes, at each school, because he was apparently a refugee. That's what I meant. There were refugees. That was the word that I wanted to use. Because he was a refugee from the small the village near my town to my town.
Oh, okay.
That's how far he was. It's like, how many kilometers is it? It's not even 10 kilometers, you know, or 6 miles or something, I guess, for you Americans. So, so that apparently offended him so much, and school politics and shit. So I wasn't able to get anything there. Not that I really wanted to work with those people, but unfortunately, considering the experiences I've had at schools here, it's really hard for me to want to work at schools.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Even besides my anxiety and all of that, just when you get kids that you ask them, because it ends up a topical question, and you ask them, do you guys really think you should hate Serbs?
Oh, that's
And
a.
several loudly answer yes.
Oh my
And those
goodness.
are 13-year-old kids, 12, 13-year-old kids. And it's like,
I do not like this. I do not like this. I am afraid to say. I am afraid to say.
okay.
Yes.
We've,
We've gotten the Balkan. We got the Balkan moments in. So
yes, we've got them all. We'll have more probably later.
We'll probably have more. We'll probably have more.
So I've put a little note there that I am. Oh, let's go back for a second. That's something I didn't explain. So, well, I didn't explain the other two things. So, when I say I'm much more of a reader than a researcher, is that I do not actually. Okay, so it's not that I don't like reading research. Yeah, something like that, Mongo. It's not that I don't like reading research, it's that I don't enjoy the act of being a researcher. I
Okay.
have a huge amount of anxiety about that, and also my preference is simply to read other people, to learn that way, instead of being the one setting like the research topic and delving into all of the archives. It's not that that's not fun, but like I prefer to just read, if that makes sense. So you will not find me writing academic papers anytime soon. I'm not for academia, not cut out for academia. Not that I would want to be, but you know,
I mean,
as you so rightly like to say, don't go to academia.
yeah, don't be a professor.
Especially now.
Yeah,
Especially now.
don't do it. Don't do it. And yeah, don't freaking do it.
Yeah,
And
ChatGPT, man, ChatGPT.
yeah, definitely.
That's just the latest thing why you shouldn't be dealing with it, but you know.
There's yeah, yeah, the ChatGPT being a problem is a symptom of deeper problems. But
Yeah.
yes, and
So,
you're currently obsessed with the Trails RPG series, which I know nothing about because I don't play
okay,
JRPGs very
so Trails or Kiseki, that's how it's usually referred to in Japan as the big series. So it is a JRPG series made by Nihon Falcom or Falcom, just for short, if you want to. I mean, that's just Japanese Falcom, you know.
much.
And they have been doing JRPGs ever since, like, they were one of the original three companies with Square and Enix, when they were separate. So they have the series The Legend of Heroes, but the Trail series is only connected to it with its name. Because when you translate the full name, you get The Legend of Heroes, Trails of something something, usually. And it's a series that currently expands to 13 games that are very dense games. It's not finished. They're all sequels to each other, mind you. It's not like a Final Fantasy thing, which isn't like that. And it has the deepest level of world building and politics in any game ever,
Okay.
because of the sheer extent and depth that they literally spent years writing the setting before they even started making the games. And with each game, they've expanded upon the setting and what goes on and how things work more and more. And there's also, like, you have all of those supernatural things as well, because you gotta have that. And it's important part of the setting and the stories. It is a very long, very expensive series that I would recommend to you if it wasn't something that we've talked about once, that it is a JRPG. It's an RPG that wastes your time. You have to, unless you start an NG plus run, in which you can just set the strongest weapons and stuff immediately.
Yeah.
Just follow that once. Um, if you just play it regularly, you will spend a fair bit of time in menus, upgrading stuff, and you said that you don't enjoy that.
No, I don't. I don't.
And that's understandable. But if you would want to play them, put it on easy. Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, even then, it's probably better to have, like, to upgrade the weapons at least and stuff like that. But I would legitimately, if you would want to, I can talk to you more off stream about it. But if you want to, like, just playing with NG Plus is much better, because you usually get enough resources, you get the equipment, and you get some other stuff, and it basically helps you get through the games a lot easier, especially because you start at a higher level. So you can also kind of breeze through everything besides the end game. And because the games are really long, that's probably also for the better in that sense. But genuinely, the like, it has geopolitics on the, how do I put it? Yeah, it's a glorified visual novel in a sense. You're right.
So
The geopolitics cover, like, superpowers, mid-sized states, city-states, autonomous, non-autonomous states. Colonial powers. It's genuinely impressive how deep it is. And so that's why I would recommend it.
All right, all right. That's it. Let's
That's it.
move
Yeah,
on.
I'm playing. The only thing I can now say is that I'm replaying the Cold Steel 3 game, which is the just a second. Fifth, sixth. No, that's fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. It's the eighth game in the series. Yes, that's the one I'm replaying right now.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go to the next slide.
So
yeah, it should be the eighth, right? Yeah, Cold Steel 3. That should be the eighth one. But anyway, never mind that. So the author, as it says there, Richard Scott Bakker, and so can you guess the pronunciation that? So for the longest time, I had a different pronunciation in mind. Can you guess what it is?
It was Bakker, right?
Yes.
I mean, I'm pretty sure there's a paleontologist named Bakker spelled that way. That's pronounced Bakker.
Yeah, but
sure.
I've heard him say it as Baker.
What can you do?
What can you do?
It's names. What can you do?
And I was just like, it sounds. But like, why are there two K's then, man? Please.
And of course, this is one of those things, right? Like you can do whatever you want with your name. What are we supposed to do about it?
Yes.
And he's one of those fantasy authors who rarely uses his first name. This is how I learned that his first name was Richard. Like, because I had just always seen it as R Scott Bakker, in the same way that J.R.R. Tolkien. Right, like it's very much a fantasy author.
John Tolkien.
J.K. Rowling, etc., etc. So it's a very common thing for fantasy authors to do.
No, she wants to be referred to like that. We need to call her with her full name. Because she doesn't like the full name.
I don't know. A lot of authors do it. I think it's fine in general. I think it's in general fine to be an author who's decided that you prefer your last name to be really like take up all the page space. Because people are going to refer to you by your last name anyway, right? People don't usually call George R.R. Martin Georgie.
Yeah.
Like it's
Garm. The funny part is that if you would pronounce it as Grm in Croatian, that means bush.
Bush?
Yes.
Okay. A funny thing to bring up, because I'm going to talk about Bush quite a bit during our conversation here.
Yeah, that's fair.
The thing on here that I thought was kind of the most fascinating in terms of honestly, it colored my because Hana graciously shared with me her notes, her Comic Sans notes before I finished all of the. You didn't notice? I thought you did that on purpose. I thought you did this on purpose.
No. So here's the thing. I have been waiting for someone to point out that I'm using Comic Sans on everything.
I thought it was a funny choice. I liked it. And you're talking to a person who notices fonts and typefaces a lot. I think about, unsurprisingly, the calligraphy guy thinks about fonts a lot. Like I think about these things a lot.
Yeah.
I use Liberation Serif, CMU Serif, and Georgia pretty much all the time. Gringotts has been waiting for somebody to use Comic Sans on my stream, so I'm grateful that you did it. Gringotts has been waiting for this one for a minute. But
I'm using it because it's a meme.
I know. I literally literally without even meaning to, I wound up reading an article about Comic Sans last night. Like it was like part of my news feed. Was like in my RSS feed. Somebody there was a Comic Sans thing about like the history of Comic Sans. And actually, what it said was actually kind of relevant. Interestingly, because again, this is kind of warning as much to Hana as anybody else. I am going to be focusing a lot on the 2008ness
Yes,
of
that's
this
fair.
book.
I can't do that quite as well as you. That's going to be mostly your input.
And yeah,
I
because
was very young then.
Yeah, I was fully an adult then, and also, it's also very specifically like a Canadian American, a very like North American 2008ness.
Yeah.
But this part that you say here that like this was what colored my perception, and I was thinking about this while I was doing my reread. This using sock puppets to defend his work on a Song of Ice and Fire forums.
Yeah. So okay, that I was also waiting to talk about this. Oh,
Yeah.
well, first I just want to mention the 3-pound brain. If you guys want to dive really deep into this guy's philosophy, because he has an interesting philosophy that is reflected in these books, which is kind of exemplified in the name, The Darkness That Comes Before. You can go to the blog 3-pound brain to really delve deep into it. I have read some of the articles a long time ago. They were interesting, but I will give my verdict on his philosophy later, because it makes more sense when it's relevant to the book to give the context. As for the sock puppets, okay, so first off, I was not there when he was using them. I was late by a few years. So I think he was using them from like between 2009 to 2012. And I have seen the threads. It's been so long since I've seen them though, so I don't remember the details. But I was in the 2014, 2015, 2016. That's when I was really a lot on the Asoya forums. I was really into A Song of Ice and Fire. For those Philistines that may not know, that's the overall series name where the first book is Game of Thrones. Just for context.
Of TV show fame,
Yeah. I mean, we're all probably not Philistines. I hope here we probably know what the
don't worry
Soya
about
means.
it. I get people with all sorts of backgrounds here, so sometimes people just people know all sorts of people come from all sorts of backgrounds here. But
so
it's
So the summary of what was going on, like Mantas. Which Mantas? Do you mean like Psycho Mantas?
No, me.
No, me. Oh,
like me.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's only so many ways that you can be a white guy with mad scientist hair.
Yeah. His hair is pretty cool though.
It's good. It's very. He's taking care of it.
Yes,
he's taking care of it there.
But so what I remember him doing, and that is something that posters that because I was also there in part also to discuss these books or read threads about the the Prince of Nothing series, was that he defended his work like about from 2009 to 2012 with sock puppets, in the sense that so the books are very, very dark. He has specifically and intentionally written, as we'll go more into detail, a very sexist world. And
yes, I will. I've got my own notes. Yeah.
And he was trying to defend his work as feminist because of stuff, how stuff goes as things progress in the novels. But also in a separate note, that wasn't, I think, on a sock puppet, was that he tried to defend himself, that he sees himself as a feminist, and he used the black guy friend card, in the sense that he said that he has, obviously he has his wife and he has 2 daughters.
Cool. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny.
It's pretty funny. So he definitely, yeah, I know women. He definitely, from what he claims, his wife did read the novels, during draft process. So I don't know
I
how much that means that she had input on it, but
well, and
um,
hot
yeah.
hot take. Sometimes women are misogynists. Uh,
Also true. Oh yes, also true. Insanity.
sometimes, just because a person is from a group of people doesn't mean that they're the best sociological analyst.
Exactly.
Um,
So
I think it is kind of interesting that that's the defense he went with
that's one of the defenses he went with.
because there's
As I
one
said,
defense that I think if he had stuck with it and made it his only defense would have been at least kind of compelling, which
I
is
mean, he did try to make it so that because of stuff that happens, like S-Man's story,
that's less compelling.
is
The more compelling part is it's an
yeah,
awful world, and part of it
it's
being an unremittingly awful world is the treatment of women. Like that's part and parcel of this world sucking.
yeah, it's just that I think so. Again, I don't remember exactly the details. It has been that long for me,
Hmm.
but I think he felt probably offended that certain posters on the forum did not consider him a feminist. So that's what
Don't try to win every
because he
fight.
himself saw himself as a feminist.
Don't try to win
Um,
every fight, man.
yeah,
Don't.
so that's why he used sock puppets.
Oh,
This is actually, I think, the Sphericon there. George R. R. Martin was there as well. I think they are at least acquaintances.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Um,
Yeah.
yeah, it makes sense. So he's also probably a fan of the works. So it makes sense that he was also on the forums. But like again, when you consider that he's this big philosopher, especially considering the philosophy of his that we'll be talking about, and that he defended his work with sock puppets.
Deeply
and
funny.
the
That's how he defended himself. Is he a wife guy?
and
I don't think so. I don't think
I
he's a
don't know
wife guy.
if he's a Vive guy. He isn't that public.
Hmm.
He isn't that public or that big of a fantasy writer.
Yeah, yeah. He's.
So we just don't know.
I mean, I would say that he's quite successful. And
Decently.
yeah, I mean, I'm grading on the scale that includes the fact that the vast majority of fantasy authors don't sell more
True.
than like 100 copies. Uh,
And that's for the libraries.
yeah, yeah, like it's. Um, I've known authors who published entire works that sold less than 10 copies. Right, like
Yeah.
it's to make enough money where like you get to do appearances and like and stuff like that. That's pretty good. That's pretty
Yeah,
freaking good.
that is pretty good. Yeah, yeah.
Uh,
Always perspective.
yeah. And honestly, I like there are very few George R. R. Martins and J.K. Rowlings. Like
Yeah.
I'm not grading on a top 0.001% basis. I'm going on a top 2% basis. He's probably in the top 2%
Yeah.
on sales.
Yeah. Joanne Kaylee Rowling, or however her
Yeah.
K part is a very unfortunate example in a few
Yeah.
ways.
And is a radical outlier for these
Yeah,
purposes. Yeah,
is a radical
people
outlier.
like her and Martin
Even
are
compared to Martin, she's an outlier.
compared to
Yeah,
other literally every other novelist. I think she is an outlier. I genuinely
yeah.
think it's possible that no other novelist has been as
No
financially
way.
successful as her. Even people who I generally consider more successful in terms of like readership and impact, like we have to get like deep in the weeds here. We have to be invoking like Tolstoy and crap like that. I don't think Tolstoy was ever made billions of dollars. Uh,
Rubles probably,
yeah,
and
yeah.
not even rubles, but
I mean,
yeah,
USD
the
were around.
currency.
USD were around. We
Yeah,
could do a conversion. We could do a conversion to rubles from rubles to USD.
probably yeah.
But
Um,
I don't think anybody's ever had that. But anyway, Backer's
yeah,
a success. Baker is a successful author
yeah,
who is doing something frankly kind of embarrassing to do, even if you're just a
Yeah.
kid in middle school.
Yeah.
Like, um,
Yeah.
and I found that
Just
kind of fascinating because to me that speaks to a profound lack of confidence in his arguments. And I was reading that into the work. I was reading that into how he makes his characters and how they talk about the world. I thought it was an interesting little twist. It wasn't like it wasn't a huge shift in my perspective, um, but it was a little bit of flavor, a little bit of spice.
I think part of it is that he's, at least as far as I know, he's not really a successful philosopher.
No,
In the sense that admittedly I'm not the best person to talk about this. I have my own thoughts on uh, philosophers, not philosophy, but philosophers, as a thing. But I think that's part. His philosophy is, it's not exactly fringe, if it makes sense in terms of the philosophy itself, but his own reach with his specific way of doing that philosophy is very
well,
limited.
So to give a sense of where Hana and I are saying why we don't, neither of us
Yeah.
think he's a particularly successful philosopher. A simple way of expressing that is, they don't mention where he got on his Wikipedia page. It says that he is a Canadian fantasy author who grew up on a tobacco farm. It does not say that he is a philosopher. It does not say where he got a philosophy degree from or where he teaches philosophy. It does not list any of his nonfiction works
Yeah.
on the entire page. It does say that he is a philosopher in his description of his profession.
They do link later on, I think, some published essays.
Yeah, but this is actually a very long
Yeah.
Wikipedia article, all things considered.
Yeah.
Like he
Yeah.
has a he has people who take him seriously and think that he's noteworthy. They think he is noteworthy for his fantasy.
Yeah.
And I will take a brief moment to talk about something that's like a little bit like English language specific. This is a fun piece of academic
Yes.
thought that people
do.
might not know about. So he is a Nietzschean, is his
Yes.
philosophical sub-school. He's a Nietzschean. And one of those things is often not really understood by people who haven't been inside American graduate schools. Like, it's really like, unless you've been in American graduate schools, even people who are highly educated in America often don't realize this. When Americans and other English language speakers, Australians, British, etc., talk about philosophy, they specifically mean philosophy of language. They are not concerned with a lot of things that a lot of people think are philosophy. Things like, what is a good life? What are ethics? What is a good type of governance? What is the nature of the divine? All these things that are like huge, big philosophical inquiries all throughout world history are just really outside the purview of English language philosophy. It is what is called the analytical tradition. And the concerns of English language philosophers are logic and language and meaning and the structure of how an argument works and the structure of how words work. Those are philosophy. Very critically, one of those things I always think is really interesting is that almost certainly the most impactful philosopher of my lifetime, in terms of like public impact and like impacting other people's lives, and like who gets cited as a philosopher, and I would argue the most impactful American philosopher to ever live would be Judith Butler. And Judith Butler does not teach in a philosophy department.
Yeah, it's literature, I imagine.
Rhetoric, actually.
Rhetoric.
Yeah.
Close enough.
Yeah, close enough. But yeah, she's not considered like a proper philosopher because she's doing the philosophy of gender. And it's radically impactful. It's incredible work. People cite her
Yes.
incessantly. Her impact is possibly bigger than all American philosophy since 1920 combined outside of her work, and she doesn't get a philosophy position for that because philosophy is about a very specific type of mission. So in Canada or in the United States, because often like Canadians and Americans kind of move between the two countries with relative ease.
Yeah.
With relative ease. Baker's entire philosophical project would be seen as incredibly unfashionable.
Yeah.
Uh, because he would be considered a continental, and that's just kind of
Oh
considered bullshit.
no, a continental and a papist.
Yeah, a
Even
continental and a
worse.
papist. Yeah, he would be considered. It would be considered bullshit by philosophy departments. So yeah, he's much more successful as a fantasy author, in his context. And that brings us to the hour and a half mark.
Yep.
I would like to take a brief break, if that's okay with you, Hana.
Sure. Sounds good. I could use to go to the bathroom, get
Yeah,
some
yeah.
water.
So, everybody, we'll be back in let's call it 4 minutes. No ads this time, so you guys get to enjoy the fan arts on your own terms. We'll be back.
Very good fan arts.
It's wonderful fan art. It's wonderful fan art. I love it.
Exactly.
I love it. But yes, we'll be back just a moment. And we're back, Thank you for the lurk,
Hello, everyone.
Carmelo. But yes. So, we were just talking about Baker's relative position in the world and
Hilarity.
some little personality
Yeah.
quirks he's got.
Yeah.
And let's move on. Let's go on to the next slide. You ready?
Yep. I'm ready. We can go and continue to see what next awaits us.
Yeah. Nani
So,
the heck.
Nani the heck, yes. I wanted to make the presentation funny.
Yeah. No, I mean,
So
you did. I just want to make sure that some people don't read kanji.
yes, Nani the heck or what the hell is the darkness that comes before. So first off, I want to bring your guys' attention to the book cover because it is the Croatian book cover. I actually read the novels in Croatian. Well, besides the fifth one, I couldn't get it in Croatian. I read that one in English, and I've never actually finished the sixth one, but I'll get to that in some time. But this is the book cover for the very first novel, The Darkness That Comes Before, or as it says here, Tama koja prethodi. Same thing. And I really don't know why this scene is a thing. This isn't even a scene that actually happens in the novels. You could consider it an idealized scene of something that happened in the past, in a sense, but you know,
I do
this
think
one doesn't make sense.
I mean, this to me makes sense. I can read what's happening here within the logic of things that happen.
No, I can too. I can too. It's just that it doesn't have any direct connection, is what I mean. I didn't put it, but there is a back cover illustration as well, and that one actually makes sense directly because it depicts Synthesis and Sarcellus killing in Rao.
Again, I think this one makes perfect sense. I don't think it depicts a specific
This one makes
scene,
sense
but
more thematically than directly.
well, because like there's things that are outstanding about the magic system in it, and one of the ones that I always thought was kind of interesting was how much time wizards in this setting spend flying.
Yes.
That is somewhat unusual. And you can see
They don't go into battle if they don't fly. They're always elevated.
They're always elevated. They're doing the anime thing where they like the anime video game thing where they float up in the air while T-posing. And
Pretty much.
one of the few things that wizards are truly vulnerable to is little magic pendants that just kill them if they touch them and make the bearer immune to magic, and that's what this guy is holding. It's a pretty good representation. I think it's what it looks like in my head.
In that sense, it is. That's why I say it's thematically more appropriate because that's not just a mage. I think that's meant to be an inkoroi on a dragon. Dragons are evil in this setting.
Yeah.
Usually, for that. But that little iron trinket, that's called a korae.
Yeah.
Or kore, I guess.
I think it's supposed to be based on I think it's supposed to follow from like chorus, from like singer.
Yeah, possibly. No, that actually makes perfect sense. And yes, if you just touch a wizard with one of those, they die. Well, that is so. One thing that we also need to specify is that we will say wizard a lot, but we will not say witch a lot.
It's true. This is a. It's true. This is I want to talk somewhat about the role women play.
Where the witches actually appear, but witches were anathema in the first trilogy.
Yeah. Well, and there's just a lot of agency is very heavily in in male characters. Male characters are given a lot more agency and a lot more roles to play. Particularly, Surwa is a character who things are done to. She's not a character who does things. She's a character that things are done to.
Yeah,
Where
that's also one of the things I believe that the author was trying to defend in those sock puppet posts.
I mean, again, if his arguments, I would be willing to. I would be probably. I would find it fairly compelling that like this is a shit universe. It is awful to live in, and part of the evidence that this is substantially worse than the real world that we actually live in is the extraordinary limitations that are placed on women.
Yeah, it's way worse than in real world.
Yeah.
Okay, so chat. Let's ask chat.
Yeah.
What occupations do you think women can have in this setting? Let's put it like that. What jobs can they have? Um, while you guys are doing that, I'll do the teacher thing and move on for a bit from that while you guys are trying to find answers. Um, so let's actually talk a bit more about the world building. If you want to, I mean, an object isn't exactly a job, nor is a mother, but that's fair.
That's fair.
If you want to, you can make the map bigger so that we can see the world.
It's actually already full. It's actually already pretty big. I can.
Yeah. So
do this.
yes, wives and prostitutes.
Yeah,
That
Hoomter's
is
got it.
basically
Hoomter's got it. Hoomter's
That's
got it. Hoomter absolutely has it.
So and just to also make it clear, witches were such an anathema that if somehow some woman learned some magic by accident, if she was found out, she was not just killed by people. If a wizard found out, they killed the witch even faster. Like they were even more anathema to wizards than wizardry was anathema to the religious setup of the setting.
And yeah, I mean, this one's interesting to me as a. This is one of those things that I find interesting, right? As a looking at this map.
Yes.
Because these things are always kind of pretty much every fantasy setting is based on some sort of vision of Europe. But to me, they always read as a vision of Europe that is really, really dry. This is like the ratio of like disruptive mountain ranges to coastline is like really high compared to what I think about.
I mean, it's mostly the thing is in scale because there are a lot of mountain ranges in Europe. It's just that usually even if it's not the mountain, if it's flatlands and stuff, there's usually or there used to be forests, like just forests everywhere. In this case, the world is a bit bunched up, but also I have a theory, and that is that Earna there, I believe it's Earna, to the right, that doesn't actually really exist, but that's at least not like this because of something in the way that things happen in the books. That's just a random theory, though, you could say. But yes, this is basically Europe and North Africa. And even the Fertile Crescent, but in the sense that the north, so the northern parts, the northwestern parts, were the Fertile Crescent slash Egypt. So in this setting, it's as if the Vikings essentially, it's as if they were the Egyptians and the Sumerians and stuff like that. That's the way this goes. They were the biggest civilizations, the strongest civilizations of humans, and that all collapsed 2,000 years before the events of the book.
I would say that. Sorry, go ahead. Keep it. Well, I was going to say that's a pretty big difference between.
Yes.
It's a psychological difference. It's like a psychosocial difference between the people of this setting and the real world, and it's very critical because one of the main characters, Akamian, is obsessed for very good reason. For a very good reason with the fate of the North, because we do acknowledge as a rule that Western Civ. CC, welcome in, welcome
Hi,
Raiders.
CC and Raiders. Welcome.
Sick baby raid. I'm sorry that CC is sick. I am sorry CC is sick.
I feel you.
I am going to assume that CC was doing art. That's correct. I am sorry,
Alright.
CC. You're sick. Me and welcome in Raiders. I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. And me and my guest Terakawa Hana are
Yes.
discussing a book, and we are going through some of the background world building of the book at the moment.
Yep.
And I was just saying that a critical psychosocial difference between this fantasy universe and the one we live in is the Fertile Crescent wasn't destroyed by demons.
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
the Fertile Crescent is still
living.
heavily
Still kicking,
populated to
sort
this
of.
day.
Trudging along.
Yeah, it's still a current player in modern politics. I've read novels written from Iraq in the 21st century. Not even genocide so much, CC, as like again, like demons came out of hell and blew up the place.
It's actually a bit different. So it's not that you could compare it to demons coming out of
Yeah.
hell, but the main actual antagonists of the entire series are a faction called the Inkoroi. I would at least pronounce it that way, and they are actually beings that flew from another world for committing horrendous atrocities because they are magical rapist demons.
Yep.
That's very important to acknowledge. They're magical rapist demons.
Yep.
And they wanted to find a world that they could, for some metaphysical reason, push down the population of to a certain number, 144,000. And yeah, that sure is a sentence, yeah. And by that, if the population is below that, not destroyed, but around that number, they will be able to live forever free of potential death and metaphysical judgment.
Yeah, it's a pretty baffling motivation for an antagonist,
Yeah,
right? It's a pretty.
it's a very that's one of the reasons why I put that it is a postmodernist kind of thing, because it is a genuinely horrendous kind of idea that in a way you could say that it exemplifies the very, very worst ideas of what humanity could be, and condenses them into this alien magical rapist faction that has nukes that they can sometimes use if they want to, and have created their version of the orcs, but they're called the Strank.
Yeah, the sort of Strank
who are more like goblins, except even more mindless.
We'll get to the Strank and that stuff later.
Yeah.
That's the valuable part here is that this is not a. You have kind of a couple of ways of doing fantasy, right? There's a couple of dividing lines, and one of the big dividing lines you have in your fantasy setting is there a truly transcendental to humanity level threat? Is there an alien invader level threat?
Yes.
And Lord of the Rings falls on one side of this, right? Like Lord of the Rings falls on the side that yes, there is. That Morgoth and Sauron transcend human level conflict, and different things kind of come to different heads on this. Usually, people tend to go with that because, again, it's there's something kind of exciting from a world building perspective, from the early stages of a world building perspective, to have an enemy that you cannot negotiate with. That's the point that you want to
There's no
make.
negotiating.
Is it like,
It's either we get the population to where we want to escape metaphysical punishment, or everyone dies, including us. Or
yeah. And it's well, and from the humans' perspective, these are not a group of people that they can negotiate with because their motivations don't make any fucking sense. Like, their motivations are insane. Like, and they don't bother trying because they know that their motivations make no human sense. So they don't bother explaining it. So they're just doing random shit. They're just randomly blowing up cities and stuff. And the that is. Again, this is a kind of decision you have to make, and I think it's always kind of interesting to point out that A Song of Ice and Fire ostensibly has this kind of menace, and then it just doesn't do anything with it. It just
not yet, at least. If it ever gets finished.
Well, and if the TV show ending is the serious ending, then all of the conflicts are internal to the human factions.
I don't know. I don't think that those two are good enough writers to really pull it off.
I mean, I'm just saying that they're supposedly based on Martin's notes about how he wants it to go, and apparently, from my read, is that Martin, even in his own work, got bored of the threat from the north and was just like, no, I care about the fight between the Seven Kingdoms.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. If that ever gets finished.
I was about to say, we might see. But my point is that, like, you kind of have these kind of options as a fantasy writer. And this fantasy has chosen to cut a kind of interesting take on it, which is that this transcendental, suprahuman threat exists. And most humans basically just don't believe in it.
Yes, and part of that is the geographical distance. If you notice, you can also zoom that back in. If you notice in the top, northwest, there is a place called Golgotera, and that is very clearly a reference to Golgotha, which I thought to Google earlier. I Googled just now. Golgotha is meant to be the hill of execution for Jesus.
Yep. So Golgotha became a kind of like a metamony for hell. Yes. Because of that.
And that's why the name, is there. That's the name. It was given to it later. I think it was called something else before. But that's where the spaceship of the Inkoroi landed, and that's where they made their, whole thing. So if you notice even though the map doesn't give any pointers to how much of a distance it is a huge distance between where the Inkoroi and what is the word in English? Is it council or the conclave?
They call it consult. They call it the consult.
The consults. Yeah, okay.
I would say that even more than the geography. I'm sorry, I'm going to be a little bit of a nerd here. More than the geographic distance, the last time anybody saw a consult was over 300 years ago.
Yeah, in the current time of the of when the Prince of Nothing series starts. So essentially, so it's both a distance in terms of time and in terms of geography as well. Because it's easier to ignore things that are far away, and even more so if the time when that danger happened is also very distant.
And the majority of the population, unsurprisingly, is kind of in this this sort of like Mediterranean metaphor area.
Yes,
like this is the vast majority of the people and the action is down here. Are in this area. And they've got 300 years of the only people who care about this threat being a bunch of outcast maniacs, right? Like they appear like a conspiracy theory cult. They're a conspiracy theory cult that also has nuclear weapons. So it's
they're not just nuclear weapons. So if the other magic schools have like atomic bombs, primitive atomic bombs.
Mhm.
These guys have maybe not modern, but maybe 80s kind of nuclear, like
They've got
you know,
everybody else is working with like kiloton
basic
bombs, and they're
uranium.
working with multi-warhead
Yes,
ICBMs. Like
yes.
they do have a significant power gap.
And
And they have
then and
I'm
then
annoyed
in
by
the
the name.
later series,
Yeah.
that becomes like one bomb that destroys the world in real life terms of power. Like literally,
Yeah.
the level of magic is literally how if we would have one bomb that could just blow up Earth
Yeah.
entirely, which we don't quite yet have. We would
We're
have
very
to
far from
need
that
a
one.
few bombs.
We're one of my
Working
favorite
on it.
essays is about those calculations.
Yeah.
How to Destroy the Earth is one of my favorite essays of all time, and it's about those calculations on what it would take to destroy the Earth. The bomb is really big to do that, but
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
the but yes, the more important part here is that like this is a universe that is deeply steeped in its own history in a kind of interesting way that I actually kind
Yes.
of liked in particular. I think it's actually a very big strength of the series that 300 years is a long enough time that even though the history of events that were happening 300, 400, 500 years ago is generally considered credible,
People
people
just
after
don't care
300 years,
anymore.
everybody's kind of like, I don't give a shit, right? Like
Yeah.
in the same way that like today we don't really consider the threat of a 30 years war to be that serious. uh
And it could still happen.
Hypothetically it could we could
With
have
nuclear
another
weapons.
schismatic war of religion that shreds Europe, but it's been like 400 years since then, and it doesn't seem terribly likely now, and we don't have evidence of one being on the horizon. uh so we're
Yeah.
much more concerned with, you know, sectarian violence or small skirmishes along ethnic lines or just resource wars, you know, naked resource wars, and we're generally pretty confident that the concert of Europe that we've established is pretty stable because it's got a 70-year record of heading things off relatively strongly. Uh,
Until someone uses a nuke.
yeah, well, again, we've got two instances of a
Yeah.
country ever using a nuke, and uh, we'll find
Yeah.
out. We'll find out.
We'll find out.
I'm just
We'll
kind of
fuck
explaining
around and we'll find out. Yeah.
our own current psychological state is similar to this in that when
Yeah.
something doesn't happen for hundreds of years, the people who think it's going to happen any day now start to seem weird.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. Hi, Mura Sensei. Hello.
Hello, Mura. Um, so, yes.
Let's go back to the previous slide. Actually, there is something I wanted to talk about there before we go into this. And one thing that I don't think we've fully focused on. Oh, I'm also
I didn't give
small.
Hana the warning on this one. I tried to give the guest the warning about this one, but yeah.
No worries. I know the small Mantas thing. It's fine. I'm sploshed.
Yeah.
So there is one thing that I wrote here is that's also part of why I put it as much more an alternate world setting, because even though it is much worse than our world,
Yeah.
which it is, it still follows the historical development of humanity in a lot of ways. For example, the aforementioned High North. So those civilizations of that time that we told that we mentioned that they were destroyed, they used bronze
Yes,
as
they do
their
mention
main
that. Yeah.
weaponry, for example. And one of the antagonist factions, the Skilvendi, they didn't have stirrups then.
Yeah.
On the other hand, now we have iron. We have steel. And for example, the Nansur Empire, which is one of the stronger, not the strongest, but one of the stronger countries in the three seas in this setting, is basically Byzantium, because it came after the Sanian Empire, which was Rome, and the Sanian Empire ruled over the entirety of the Mediterranean, so the three seas of the setting.
Mm-hmm.
And so you can see many parallels. There are also other parallels in other countries and the peoples there, like the Kian, which are the technically antagonists. They are Arabs, so they are the ones in the southwest, not the far southwest, but those there.
I think I think I'm managing to put my
Yeah.
here. I think I'm getting it right. Yeah.
And the one thing that I forgot to mention, I did say that Mansur Empire was Byzantium, but also Byzantium if it had Persian, like ancient Persian style harem politics.
Yeah, I do want to
Specifically.
talk about that when we get more to the
Yes.
discussion section. That there's a lot of Orientalism.
Yes.
There's a lot. This is a very
Absolutely.
Orientalist story.
I still don't get the what the allegory for High Ainon is. That's one I'm not sure still.
I don't know if everything's allegorical, but I do. We'll talk about that. We'll talk
It feels
about
like
that.
it has some sort of potential connection, but I don't think I've heard of a society that was quite like that, at least IRL. So I mean, there are the Gothians. The Gothians are basically Germans, you know.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. So that's also one thing that I wanted to talk about. Why I also call it a bit Tolkien-y, in the sense that unlike Tolkien, this is part of the deconstruction thing, part of the whole dark fantasy thing. Is that in this case, Bakker directly and specifically uses allegories as a world building thing, which is not unusual. It's far from unheard of. That's basically what most writers do. However, Tolkien was famously against allegories, even though he himself failed to eliminate them completely. Like Gandalf is Jesus, you know.
Well, he's
in some aspects.
We're not here to litigate Tolkien, but I think that Tolkien.
I just want to put it to comparison from what specifically is done here, and that is why I call it alternate world, you know, history, dark fantasy that tries to emulate Tolkien in some ways and deconstruct it in most other ways. You know, that's why I specifically called it like that. I think there's also something else that I wanted to talk about on the previous slide. Sorry, it's because of the map and the stuff. Can you go back real quick?
Back? Okay.
Yes, back. Gotta go back, yo. Oh, yeah, that's the main crux. So I don't know if you agree with this on me, but as you said, Bakker is a Nietzschean.
Yeah.
And one of the things that Nietzsche set up as a sort of, I think it's a philosophical question or a philosophical idea. It's the idea of an Übermensch. So that what does an Übermensch mean? Does chat know? Please tell us, chat. What is an Übermensch, if you've ever heard that?
Because I can talk about it because I've read quite a bit of Nietzsche.
Yes.
So we'll let a couple of answers.
Superhuman, but it means above human.
Yeah, I'll let a couple more people chime in. So Mura's got an answer. It's not wrong, but
it's not wrong, but not quite right.
Yeah. So
the chat message. Yeah.
I would say that to me, a lot of my analysis of this book is in what is Bakker's concept of an Übermensch.
That's also true.
Because that tells us what Bakker views as the things that actually limit human potential.
Yes.
What does he think are the fundamental human frailties that we are all that bind us and prevent us from seeing our completeness? And I think they tell us a lot about the time period he's from. It's mostly what I think.
Oh, for sure. If you want, I don't know if you have other one-liners that you really like. You mentioned that you like this one,
Breaker of Horses and Men. There's a there's a major character
Yes.
named Nyers Skiotha, who's a kind of like, it's hard to come up with like a figure that he's really parallel to, but he's like a steppe warlord who has lost political power, but is still superhuman, nearly superhumanly good at fighting.
Yes.
And so he is known as both the breaker of horses and men, and as the most violent of all men. And both of these are really incredible epitaphs. I think that they've got a real rhythm and verve to them.
Yes, I agree. I will say it's not quite as strong in Croatian because in Croatian, breaker isn't exactly a word that you can use even poetically. It just doesn't work well. So the translation uses tamer of horses and men.
That's so much lighter. No. That's,
yeah, it's so much lighter. It doesn't quite convey it as well.
Yeah, because breaker of horses has a double entendre here. That the breaker of men enables, right? Like, to break a horse is to tame a horse.
Yes,
that is true. But to break a man is way stronger. And so, like, the kind of like implication here is that, like, he's not just like taming things, but he's destroying. And it's
we just don't have a good translation for it because the direct translation just kind of doesn't work, you know.
Yeah, they could they had the option between using breaker as in the sense of, like, I'm assuming that you do have a word for like a person who destroys things.
We have but even that, or so here's the thing, we don't have at least for this kind of thing, we say something like someone who destroys. Rather than destroyer.
Okay.
That's how it usually works.
Okay, that's fair.
Which is why tamer works, because that is an actual noun used to describe someone who tames stuff.
Okay. You know. Yeah. I mean, translation's never perfect, right? Like, this is a good illustration of why I hate machine translation so much.
I've done my fair share of translations.
This is a good highlight of why I get really mad when people rely on machine translation too much. To talk a little bit about some of these chat messages. So Mora says superhuman, Emperor's armpits elects to leave it beyond, to leave it transcendent of the of the limitations of chat. It's a Nietzschean sense of man, an ideal self-actualized man who becomes so perfect he's unconstrained by petty morals. And Gringot says an idealized individual who transcends conventional social norms. And so yes, these are all true. These are like self-overcoming. It's worth kind of saying that there's a, like, you have to be like beyond the limits of your society, and this is where Nietzschean philosophy becomes a kind of interesting and difficult philosophy to talk about. I have a joke about Nietzschean philosophy, which is that I joke that Nietzsche is correct, except that empirically speaking, Ubermenches do not exist. They just don't exist. Like, they hypothetically possible, don't actually exist. And this is it's a bit of otherwise I mostly just think Nietzsche's a very compelling writer, to be honest. I don't know if I'd say he's accurate, but I do think he writes in a really fun way. But what we see of the character that we're talking about in this is that he is a character who sees through how humans respond to stimuli. That he can see how human emotions, he can see how you respond to being told certain types of news, to getting certain types of facial expressions, to being touched in certain ways. he can see through those like somebody who has data mined the game to hell and back and is doing a tool assisted
Yeah,
speed run.
I wanted to make a different comparison and similar-ish, I
Yeah.
guess. Is that imagine if you're in China and you have all of those cameras trained for not just facial recognition, but like emotional recognition. So imagine all of those cameras in one person and with the best algorithms that can ever be. You know,
Yeah.
someone who can look at your face and not just know what your emotion is, but the reason why you have that emotion, because that emotion is what tells him what your thoughts are.
Hmm.
And using that as a string, like he's able to puppet
Yeah, yeah,
basically everyone.
he's got the level of finesse where like
Yes.
you know, you might respond differently to being touched on the elbow versus being touched on the knee. And he is so aware of that and so precise about that that he can choose real time mid conversation with you if he wants to touch you on the elbow or the knee to get whatever reaction he wants out of you.
Yes, it's psychic, but not actually magical.
Yeah, yeah, that's
That's
kind of
the
the
thing.
whole. He,
Because so okay, we
I
should
joke that it's
first talk
magical,
about
but it's
yeah.
uh,
It's basically magical, but the way it is set up in the story
mhm.
is that it was done through quote unquote scientific way.
Yeah,
Um, uh,
it's
but cold reading has got nothing on this.
I will talk about this at length, but I would describe it as a form of magic. I would describe it as a form of
It
magic,
basically is, yes.
but it's the kind of magic that you would come up with if you were a new atheist hyper rationalist type of guy.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah,
So we should
it's their
also
vision.
talk now a bit about both. So first of the character we're talking about is he's called Callus,
Yeah,
and he is he's from he's a Dunyain, Dunyain. I'm not sure how to pronounce it in English.
I would say Dunyan.
Dunyain. They are Dunyain. They're basically a sect, a very isolated sect that basically worship logos. So they're basically using logic as like the baseline logic to calculate everything from emotions to literal events of how they happened and how they will happen through it.
Yeah,
And that is actually part of why Callus is important, because Callus is not just some monk. He's actually from a royal line called Anasurimbor, who were the rulers, the main rulers of the north
mm-hmm.
back in the day. And he is the only he's the last survivor, in the sense that he's descended from the last survivor of the line, because they hid themselves in a place called Ishwal.
Yeah.
Ishwal, maybe, I guess.
I would say Ishwal, but don't worry about it.
Ishwal.
They're made of fantasy words, whatever.
Yeah, they're made of, yes.
Uh,
And so they basically spent 2,000 years perfecting their idea of logos. And a part of that involved basically making it so that they very quote unquote scientifically, um, uh, essentially surgically cut out corpses to look at emotions, how certain types of emotions look like on a musculature sense. And also they don't really have women, because their women are basically Dune swoon factories.
yeah, yeah. It's a kind of nightmare
Yes.
land. It's a kind of like internal. It's a kind of like tiny hell.
Yes.
And yeah, they're intensely isolated. There's a kind of there's a part very early that I kind of liked, that was like life in Ishwal is at the level of predictability where you know the full path of a leaf skittering on the wind.
Yes.
Just always, just like you always know these things. It's a very it's a philosophy of these are people who they're determinists, right? They're strong
Yes.
determinist as a philosophy, and they have become very advanced at using this kind of scientific determinism. They have this mantra. Their mantra is what comes before determines what comes after. Is like a
Yeah.
mantra they keep on repeating. And again, like they have and this says something about Baker's mentality and philosophy that he thinks that individual human emotional and psychological states are the sort of things that can be predicted mechanically.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, that's
arguably, Humter, the part of the fantasy difference is that chaos theory just isn't here.
yeah, Kessler's it doesn't exist here.
It's just false. Chaos theory is a falsified theory inside Erwa. The Ishwalians the Dunyayan have falsified chaos theory.
The Dunyayans have falsified, and the others have not heard of a philosophy that isn't a religion.
Yeah. Again, this is this is a lot of why I think about this in terms of very like mid 2000s story, and it's actually one of those things that I've always found deeply funny is that there is a way in which chaos theory kind of comes up, which is that our pseudo antagonist Kelhus, he meets people who are from cultures completely different from him, and he has total perfect understanding of everything they're thinking and doing, and their whole framework of the world within minutes. But at the same time, when he encounters the concept of warfare, oh, hello Evie, hello
Evie, hi. Hello.
Hi. Welcome in, Raiders.
Evil demon goat.
Yeah, the goat.
This is perfect setting for you.
Yeah, the goat. That when he encounters warfare, I'm trying to get used to the fact that I'm on pre-roll now and not mid-roll, and it requires me to like waste a little bit of time before I say hello to the Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, and I am doing a book interview, book club with Terakawa Hana, and we are discussing the mid-2000s fantasy series, the Prince of Nothing.
Yes.
And specifically, mostly the first book, and we're going through some of the things about the world building of it. And let me give Evie the shout out at Evie Constantine. You were playing games and demos.
I hope you had a lovely stream, by the way, Evie.
I hope you had some good time with the games and demos. I hope you had good times with the games and demos. What I would, so yes, a bunch of free short HIO horror games. I mean, that's the real art form, right? That's the true. That's the true.
I wouldn't touch them, but yes, I agree.
90% of the actual art that's produced inside the video game world is in itch.io horror games at this point. Most of our creative energies are concentrated there as gamers. But yes, welcome in Evie, welcome in Iponsky, welcome in Tabula Wasa. That's a funny name. That took me a second. Tabula Wasa. That one took me a second.
I love it. I love it.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Do we erase you every time you come to the stream? Do we erase you so that you get to learn everything anew?
But yes, I found it interesting that in this series where people have like there's this monk who has like the level of ability to read people and read individuals to the extent that he can play them like they're a child's instrument. That at the same time, once he encounters the concept of warfare, that one has too many factors for him to treat as predictable. But I think, speaking from my historian ass brain, I think something like a war is actually much more predictable than an individual. I think that the large scale of objects involved in a warfare causes things to average out in ways that are much more predictable. than like the individual traumas and peccadillos of individual people. But that's me. That's me. But that shows the difference between me and Baker.
Yeah, so I think with the individual, it depends on. I do think it does depend on the education in a sense, or a certain level of life experience that genuinely translated into wisdom, because it that I think makes people a bit less predictable in a certain way. Um, Although, of course, like you can make the argument for no matter who it is, that they could be unpredictable
Yeah.
in some way or another. The I guess the main point, at least the way I see it, is that, and this is where I come into why I am not also sold on his philosophy, and that is that
Yeah.
I think people now, or at least that's how I see it, are a bit more aware of how their own mind works, if that makes sense. They know a bit more um, how stuff that they know and that they've learned as a result of a lot of things that came before them. And in this setting, people just don't seem to know that at all. Um, they don't seem to understand the weight of history, if that makes sense. So that's at least my take.
Yes. Yes. It's um. I mean, I definitely have considerable, like I said, considerable disagreements with Baker on a philosophical
Yeah.
scale, and
I mean, I do too.
yeah,
Obviously,
I kind of want I kind of want us to keep on. So
I think the way he wrote it is that he needed everyone to be unaware of the history of understanding of themselves through history, to make it so that the that Callus is able to manipulate everyone so easily.
yeah,
So
and it's well, like I said, so I guess we should just talk very quickly about the actual plot.
yes,
I'll do a very quick plot outline, which
yes, please do.
is our pseudo protagonist, Kelhus, is on a quest to find his father. He has been summoned in a dream by his father. And he takes this very seriously because, Kelhus is the kind of person who exists on a kind of alternate level of reality from everyone else, where everybody else is kind of on a lesser plane of reality. So his dreams are facts. Other people's dreams are superstitions.
Really stupid superstition.
Yeah. So
Also one thing is that something that I kind of find weird is that the Dunyain, because he was one of them initially, like he's a really by the end. They feel. Oh,
oh my
awesome,
goodness,
Vexicat!
Vex.
Hello.
Vexingcat gifted 5 subscriptions to the
Yeah,
community.
so his dreams are magical dreams, and the Dyain sort of understand it on a level, but they also deny that magic exists.
Yeah.
So it's also not that he was the only one who had the dreams. There were others, older people who knew his father, and they were all sentenced to death because they were essentially, even though they said that magic doesn't exist, they were desecrated by the magical act.
It's
That
I honestly think the Ishwal Duine society is stupid as fuck. like
Oh,
bluntly,
yeah.
I think it's stupid as fuck.
Yeah.
I just think this is a I think it's actually a little bit unbelievable that they survived as long as they did.
Thank you,
Vex,
Mexicat, specifically for the gift sub for
yeah.
me.
Oh my
Thank you
goodness,
so
Vex.
much.
Thank you for all the gift subs, the hype train, the subsidizing my silly little stream. I believe that puts us up to, if I'm doing my math right, 111 on this subathon. I believe is where we're at. And
Nice.
wow, that's a lot. But yes, the core plot is that Kelhus is, you know, this prodigy, super logical Ubermensch, and he goes to find his father, who's deep in the south, and
Yes.
so he goes on this quest, and he acquires companions, and one companion is
Companions.
the outcast warlord Nair Ursiotha, breaker of horses and men, most
Well,
violent of
let's
all
talk
men.
for a second about the Skilvendi, because he's the step warlord. So
Yeah.
just as a thing. So the Skilvendi are, so imagine if they were Mongols for the most part, with a little bit of Viking in them, if that makes sense. I feel like there's this kind of a similarish feeling. Like it's, imagine Skilvendi as the worst combination of Mongols and Vikings.
Yeah, I mean the name is deliberately to remind you of Scythia.
Scythia, yes.
Yeah, the Scythians of ancient Greek fame. And yeah, he meets a warlord who teaches him how to fight wars, and Nair
And his father had fucked that warlord like 30 years ago. That's kind of important. There's also a lot of homophobia in this set.
Yeah.
So forget that. So
yeah. There's quite a lot of homophobia.
One of the biggest things in the plot is how Kellas and Nayur interact, because Nayur is extremely suspicious and utterly refuses to be manipulated by Kellas because he has had experience with Kellas's father, and that's why he's able to not exactly resist Kellas, in the sense that he still ends up mostly doing what Kellas wants him to, but he is not mentally manipulated like everyone else is.
Yeah.
There needs to be other coercion involved.
There's a level of peerness between Nair and Kelhus that does not exist between Kelhus and other people in the setting.
Yes.
But yes, he acquires this warlord as a companion, and
companion is a rather strong word. Sorry, I can't keep laughing about it.
I mean, Humter already pointed out that he's a Fallout protagonist.
Yeah.
Which is pretty. It's also a Fallout level companion, right? Like it's an NPC tool that he hangs out with, that he uses. And another one is Akamian, who is a wizard who is also a spy, and is an exceptionally powerful but exceptionally trusting wizard. A kind of funny set of traits for a spy to have. That he's actually quite trusting and garrulous, and compared to other wizards, he is relatively sentimental about non-wizards.
He's probably one of the better people in the setting.
He's a pretty sleazy guy.
Sorry, can you repeat? Sorry.
He's a pretty sleazy guy. Like he's pretty gross.
And that's the thing. Even someone like him, you could still say that he's one of the better people in the setting. Which is like that tells you how bad the setting is when a generally very sleazy wizard who is still kind of trusting and sentimental and
I forget if they made it
decent to people.
I forgot if they made it how explicit they made his pedophilia. Because it's implied pretty strongly that he was having sex with like underage boys.
Okay, let's be real. Basically everyone in the setting is described as a pedophile.
that once again tells us some more things about the particular cultural and historical moment that Baker is coming from.
Yeah,
and the particular internet niches he's in.
No, really, everyone. Now that you mention it, I wasn't thinking about it consciously, but like just about everyone, every named character makes some reference. Actually, usually in terms of having sex with boys, not even girls. But specifically that, like, I can't think of many characters who don't. Even the female character specifically, I guess, in this case.
Well, I mean,
the main one. I don't mean Serva. I mean Esme.
Yeah, Esme does. Sarah kind of doesn't like make choices.
Yes, Sarah doesn't make choices.
Sarah is very much an object in the story. There's something to be. There's a bit of an element of like specifically like pederasty to it, right? Like, particularly in Akemian's perspective. Like Akemian is like, his Greekness is like really overwhelming, including the like kind of reference to him being a bit of a pederast. That is to say, like, not just like a specific subtype of pedophilia where it's like a student-teacher relationship, a pedophilic student-teacher relationship. And I don't know how explicit that was, but it was pretty strongly implied that he was, that at least with Inrao, he was having sex with Inrao when he was a student.
So I don't think it's generally mentioned he has, he does things, at least in the books. It's not explicit, but it's clear at least that he has feelings of that type.
That he has romantic feelings for underage boys. That's unambiguous. Yeah. The romantic feelings, definitely. Whether or not he actually has sex with any of them. And actually, one of the first events in the entire book is an act of child molestation. One of the very first acts, and like the prologue with like characters who are like, who only show up in the prologue. One of the very first things that happens.
That's.
It happens a lot. But yeah, so we're the core plot is, again, Kelhus comes down from Ishual. He learns the cultures. He learns about the cultures outside of Ishual, and he learns that if he wants to meet his father, the closest thing to a direct route he has to answering this summons from his father is to hijack an existing holy war.
And what is found out later is that holy war was prepared specifically for him to hijack it.
No, this is
because so what happens is that his father sends someone called Mike Hanet, who has some sort of unknown background, but seemingly of the faith of the Thousand Temples faith, the faith of the what's it called? The faith of the Ivory. And he sends someone, even though that guy doesn't actually believe in that. But he sends that guy as an agent into the Thousand Temples, the main religious institution of that faith. And because of that unknown background, and probably some conditioning of the same type that Kellas went through, he was able to gain support to become the, I'm not sure what the term is in, what's the term in English for the guy?
I mean, they use made up fantasy terms.
He's basically Pope.
He's Pope, yeah. They use a made up fantasy term, but it's Pope. It reduces down to Pope.
He becomes a Pope and starts a holy war against Kian, which is because his father is in Shimech, which is a holy city to the people of the Thousand Temples, and it's in the hands of heathens who are basically Muslim Arabs. And it's unusual also that the holy war was against them, because the previous holy wars was against mages, because mages are also anathema to the religion, and they haven't been able to beat the mages. And the religion was also set up that way by the magical rapist faction.
Yeah, yeah. And so that's really kind of what this first book is about, is Kelhus coming down, meeting these people, and recognizing that
Yeah.
he...
Yeah, what Mick says there is true, yeah.
Yeah. Mix is, if you don't know, Mix, Hana, Mix is a very, intense, reader. He's a very intense analyst.
No, I feel that. I feel that.
Fun fact: he
So
founded TV tropes.
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my God, a legend! What an honor to meet you, Mix. Pretty big fan of the, but here's the twist in that. That is said to be forget. It's my greatest. Okay, I mean, it can be both something to be proud of in one way and not so proud of in another way, but the the words speaking words forbidden by God, that's the thing, is that the ivory, when I say that it is the faith of the ivory, I literally mean a huge piece of ivory that has inscriptions written on it. And I'm not sure if it was fully written or if it was changed later by the magical rapist faction so that it had that. So essentially, it's not that they're really speaking words forbidden by God, but that they're speaking words forbidden by the Inkoroi because mages are powerful and can kill them.
Yeah. It's
so sorry for going on about that.
It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. And we wind up with this kind of traveling band of the Ubermensch.
The Ubermensch,
the
Step Warrior.
Again, there's not really like a parallel to it, because like I can't think of any warlords that got outcasts like that, and I can think of one, actually.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I can think of one time that there's been a warlord who was generally acknowledged as incredibly talented, was outcast, and then wasn't just like killed immediately, and that's Napoleon. We've got Step Napoleon.
But I wouldn't say that Napoleon was violent per se. When I think of violent warlords, I think of Tamerlane.
Yeah, but Tamerlane like kept his power until he got killed.
Yes.
And so I don't think Tamerlane's like Tamerlane, I think, is a more deliberate invocation, but I think in terms of like actual historical role, I think Napoleon might actually be closer.
Yeah.
But we've got our sort of like Step Napoleon, and then we've got Step Napoleon's sex slave, Serwa.
Yeah.
And then Akamian, the spy wizard, and Akamian's friends with benefits, Esme.
Who is a prostitute by profession.
Yeah, she's a prostitute. She's a fairly interesting character, and I think some of the flaws about her tell us some things about Baker, and really hurt his credibility of trying to defend himself on the misogyny grounds.
And Esme is both the best and the worst.
Yeah.
In that, is she, in some ways, she's even worse than Serva, because Serva basically doesn't exist as more than an object. So
Serva
you can kind of just cut her out of the consideration because she's an object just like most other women.
Serwa exists to be sexually abused and used by Kelhus as a tool in an indirect manipulation game of Nair. Like that's what
Yes.
Serwa does in the story, is that she suffers and is instrumentalized.
And
Esme
gives birth to a baby.
and gives birth to a baby.
Who,
Esme has a lot more agency in the story, and this is skipping ahead many books, but at one point she
yeah.
winds up in a position of large political power, and it is mentioned constantly that she's bad at it. They cannot stop bringing up that Esme is incompetent
I'm
at,
not
at wielding
sure. I'm
political
not
power.
sure that. So, okay, so that is definitely part of it, but it's more. I would slightly argue in favor of Baker in the sense that it's everyone else who also it's kind of he made it so that it's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah.
In that she had no faith, everyone else was just like, no, she's shit, and that makes her do rash things
Mhm.
that makes her, end up looking incompetent,
Yeah.
even though she's actually shown generally to be a very smart person
Yeah.
who learns a lot and who would probably do things very well if the setting wasn't the way it is.
I would generally say, again, I would generally say the defense that Baker has, that if he had leaned on it as his only defense, I would have taken him a little bit more credibly, is this is an awful world. This is a worse than reality fantasy universe, and part of that is that it is an incredibly misogynistic universe where women are simply not given a chance to do anything.
Yeah.
That would have been the more credible defense. But it's anyway. The point is, like, this is their crew, and to kind of speed run through the next
I
couple
mean,
of
you
books.
could also guess you could add Nersei Proyas because he's fairly important. He becomes part of the crew more or less. He's a prince of another country, former student of Akamian, a big character, especially in later books as well. I think he counts.
That's true, I guess. I genuinely forgot about him. he did not weigh in my memory.
It's genuinely, actually, now that you say it, it's genuinely saying how unforgettable he is, considering that he's described as this godlike child.
Yeah.
And he's got nothing on Confus.
Well, it's I mean, many of the characters are described as very superlative, right? Like there's a lot of superlatives going on. And it's kind of the problem of making these like fantasy band of adventurers, is that you wind up rounding things down.
Yeah.
The thing that makes Nair memorable is not like even necessarily his like prowess. It's that we constantly see him interacting with Kelhus and others, and he is
incredibly violent.
He's
and incredibly competent.
He's incredibly violent. Like even if this was a non-fantasy universe, even if this was a contemporary fiction, you could write a character like Nair, and he would still be memorable, because what's memorable about him isn't that like he's the best guy with a sword, the best guy on horseback. It's that every scene he's in, it feels like he is 2 seconds away from snapping and stabbing somebody.
And adding more ritual scars of himself.
Yeah, well, it just feels like he is always. Baker does an effective job of writing him as a incredibly angry, incredibly violent man, barely in control of his temper.
The only thing that he could have made him written so that he's more violent was if he also drank the blood of his victims.
Yeah.
Just to be even more extra.
Yeah, and I mean, again, this is a character who I don't think they even actually give you. I do not think you could actually produce a number if you were trying to count how many rapes he does in the canon of the book. It is.
I think you would. by page 50 you would pass out drunk if you were trying to count.
Yeah, well, I think that there's points where it's just like there's like points where it's like, and anyway, for the next like, indeterminate period of time, he was raping Serwa regularly. Like he's vile. He's incredibly violent. Again, he'd be a memorable character in almost any piece of fiction he was in, and
even in Warhammer 40k, I think, and you probably know better than me, he would probably still stand out because he's that violent. And Warhammer 40k also a horrible setting.
I think he's. I mean, it's a question of like execution and writing, right? It's a question of execution.
True.
And
but I just mean if you literally translated him, as he is. Even in Warhammer 40k, he would stick out.
I think so. The really what was I going to say? But yeah, this is kind of the main plot of the first book, and the second book, it's they hijack this holy war. They eventually do find Kelhus's father. Kelhus kills his father. Kelhus uses his success in this holy war as a warlord, as like a general within this holy war, to parlay into becoming the emperor of the entire Mediterranean world.
Just parlay. He had to fight some wars. It took a while. It took a couple of years to unite, and then a couple of years to consolidate armies to go fight the consult.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and then there's a 20-year time skip
because the consult does actually appear.
Yeah. Then there's a 20-year time skip, and it's about his children.
I think it's 10, or maybe it's 20.
It's 20. Because I remember people being specifically mad about it being a 20-year time skip for some reason. For some reason, that number like really stuck out to people when that happens on release.
I don't see the point why, but but yeah. And the thing is, so ironically, so this is also one of the arguments I think he used, is that because Kelhus, however you want to pronounce his name, because he brings reforms so that things are slightly less misogynistic for women, the work is feminist, which is like, not exactly a good argument, because the argument is that he made it so that witches aren't anathema. So now you have a school of witches, for example. Where before you didn't have that, and
that's a really pathetic defense. That's a damning. That's a defense that's worse than not defending. That's a defense that's worse than.
I didn't expect anything, and I was still disappointed.
Yeah, that's really that does not make him look good.
What else to say about the plot? Well, I guess we can also say we forgot to mention one faction that is. They aren't quite so important, but I wish they were, and that is the non-humans.
Yes,
the non-humans, which are basically elves if they were permanently, constantly insane.
Yeah.
That's all. That's the elves of the setting. So we didn't mention them again because they're not as important as they probably should be, considering that humans learned magic from them, and that they're also this flip-floppy faction that sometimes it's for the humans, sometimes it's for Inkoroi. At all times, absolutely insane. But it's how it is. And the other part about the plot that also feeds into the, as you said, the 2000s era written book, but also postmodernism as a whole, is that the bad guys win. The magical rapists win.
Yeah.
That's the thing. They use a nuke. That's also a thing, but they win. They manage to escape their method. No, there aren't any dwarves, as far as I know.
There are not dwarves. There are dragons. There are elves. There are orcs. There are no hobbits. There are Muslims. There are wizards.
There are Muslims, there are Catholics, and there are wizards.
I will say it is
Those are the
interesting.
fantasy races: Muslims, Catholics, and wizards.
Yeah.
No.
There's Muslims, there's Mongols, there's but that said, I think we can talk about the personal impact it had on you and then get into my analysis.
Sure.
I need to use the bathroom. So as this, that was
Sure,
lead up
we
to
can,
telling you.
yeah, that's fair.
Yeah,
We'll
be back,
in 5 minutes. Yes. So. Let's
And-
go.
And we're back. And we're back. And
We're back.
we're back.
Hello.
So yes. So you.
Okay, this is a bit more farther than because the way it impacted me is on the previous slide actually.
Gotcha.
This is more about the writing as a whole thing, which we will get to. But so now the part is, after we've discussed how horrible the world and the setting is, and how one of the best characters is still a sleazy pedophile, one of the more good characters, that's the one. We will get to how it happened that this is a book that changed my life, because again that's the whole point of this series. So and why is it not, as I put it here, the Lord of the Rings? Because the Lord of the Rings is like the fantasy, you know. I love the Lord of the Rings. I can talk so much about the Lord of the Rings as well, don't get me wrong. So I answer this in here as well. So one of the reasons why is simply timing. That this is something that how sometimes happens. So first of what I want to say is that I actually for the longest time did not like writing.
A lot of us don't.
So you know, might be a shock to say, but no, I genuinely disliked it. There are a few reasons for it. I think looking back, it's probably part of the second reason there, which is aphantasia. Does anyone here know what aphantasia is? What does that actually mean? Do you know, Almantas?
I do, and I don't.
Okay, you do. Okay.
I don't have it.
You don't. Okay, let's put it for chat. So chat, imagine in your mind's eye, in your head, imagine an apple, how it is, and then describe it. So how long can you hold that image? Can you see the apple clearly? Is it shining red? That kind of thing. So that is you know, the ability to visualize images in your mind's eye. And aphantasia is basically hard is a bit broad, so it depends on the person. Some people just cannot at all, that they just don't have a mind's eye at all. I have a little bit. For me, when I try to imagine an apple, I can see an image momentarily, very blurry, like an old TV, you know, kind of when signal got lost and you had the gray, you know, the gray screen. It's that kind of thing for me. You know, I can barely imagine anything of what I see. So it was really hard to write something out of my head without having the experience or understanding of writing techniques. That's why there's something ironic that I'll talk about later. But I do have also a few stories, and that's that when I was 14, so which was a bit later after I read this book, but it has no connection to it. There was a homework for class for some reason to write something about what you know, what our families do for Christmas. Like, what do we do? And my family doesn't really do anything because we're not really, you know, really religious. But and I completely forgot to write that homework. But so I wrote it literally 5 minutes before class, and it was like the first class in the morning. And I just scribbled something in my mind. The way I remember it more by emotion, is that I scribbled something down to make it sort of seem that we do stuff and whatnot, and it was like a couple of sentences. And the teacher asked everyone to read, you know, their homework, and gave grades on it. Actually, it's not usually what she did, from what I recall, but in this case she did. And when I read mine, I remember, it's not clear, again, I have aphantasia, but like I remember emotionally in my head how she made this impressive smile. You know how you don't expect something and then you have that smile and then you just nod your head? You know what I mean, right? That kind of expression. And she gave me 2 A's well, 5, because we have 1 to 5, it's numbers, and
Yeah.
5 is an A. But like she gave me 2 A's, and I was like, "What the fuck?"
Well,
because I hated what I wrote. I just wrote it just to fulfill something, you know. And I shared that one with everyone in my family, hoping that someone would say that it sucks.
I
And
mean, I've had that experience.
Everyone loved it. So I literally tore it out of my notebook and threw it in the trash.
I have had that experience.
Yeah.
I have a forthcoming publication that
Oh.
I didn't actually write. I just was talking extemporaneously and kind of annoyed, and somebody else who was in a meeting with me wrote it all down, and it's getting published. It's just like some stuff I
Oh
was
my
annoyed
God.
about. I feel
Oh my
insane.
God.
That happens sometimes. And there's a
Yeah.
it's a constant joke about artists, not just writers. There's a constant joke about writers that like writers are frequently deeply wrong, or I should say, they're deeply wrong about what's going to be the most popular of their work. I reference him often because he talks very openly about this kind of thing, and he's a very skilled writer, and he does enough drugs that it's really funny. Robert Evans.
Fair.
Robert Evans has talked about how he the process of being a writer is 5 minutes of your writing is going to define your entire career, but you have no idea which 5 minutes those are.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
you absolutely no idea.
That sounds correct.
And I think about, well, and actually I just kind of want to talk a little bit about the aphantasia thing, because it's interesting that there's a passage that when I was doing my reread, yeah, Gringotts is correct. He just got pulled a lever. It's a lottery. It's a giant lottery. There's a passage from the book that I remember very distinctly where so a thing we haven't really mentioned that's just interesting, it's not like a huge important plot detail, is a Chemian. Part of a Chemian's magical practice is everybody who practices the same school of magic as him has constant recurring nightmares of events from 2,000 years ago. They all have the same nightmares that are the nightmares of a person who died 2,000 years ago, who founded their school of thought, who founded their wizard school. Their wizard founders' nightmares are their nightmares. And one of
the point why he did it was to preserve the memory, because memory can lose itself, but if it feels real, you can't quite deny it as much.
Yeah, it's because he was afraid that if he just wrote it down in history, people would start dismissing it as old stories. But if you experience it as a nightmare, that's much more evocative and stronger. And this menace that he's worried about. But anyway, he has these nightmares, and one of the things that he mentions in it is that the old northern architecture, in the nightmares happened 2,000 years ago in the north, and the old northern architecture doesn't have any arches or domes.
Yeah.
And that instantly put into my mind, I instantly got visions of the types of buildings that would be in the two locations. Like, that instantly implanted in my mind, like, how large are the stones? What colors are they? What types of buildings would they look like? What kinds of art would accompany them?
Yeah, and for me, when I try to do something like that, I need to really work for it for a split-second image to be able to, because I know it, I have it in my memory, the same reference. I know what he's talking about, but it is much harder for me to get 1% of the image that you get.
Yeah, and for me it's effortless. For me it's so effortless that I tend to find books more visually immersive than a movie. Like a movie is more mediated to me.
Yeah, and I shortcutted by feeling it through emotion, if
Yeah,
that
yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah. Anyway, I just want to illustrate kind of like with the difference in aphantasia versus not
Yeah,
having
yeah,
aphantasia. Because a lot of people
yeah,
who have aphantasia don't know that other people don't have it. Like they don't know. Like people don't tend to know the other type of person exists.
yeah. I figured it out a while ago, so I know how it works both sides. But I'm on one side. It's how it is.
Yeah, it's how it is.
So after that, so I think I read the series, well, the first book definitely when I was 13, which honestly too young.
Yeah.
but
Yeah. Uh,
I borrowed it from the library, and so this book, along some others, but this book followed me all throughout my teenage and up until the end of high school, kind of thing, um, as um, as a novel that I came back to, the setting I came back to that I really really loved, and that I love to read. And when I say they're partly due to my personality and mental illness, so personality wise, I don't know how much this comes across, but I'm actually a lot more inwards of a person. Like when I'm talking, it's like I can keep talking. I'm not the kind of introvert who is silent, but I get exhausted. That's my thing. I don't get the other half of it. And at the time, I was also during those high school years is when my anxiety disorder was developing as well. So everything just kind of fed into each other. I also had sort of a mental breakdown a bit after high school, but that's more into my history than is necessary. But around when I was 17, I started writing for real. I wanted to write a fantasy fiction as well, and I'll talk about that more later. And the book that came to me as a reference for how to write, in the sense of style, was the Prince of Nothing series, The Darkness That Comes Before. Part of it is also because it was in Croatian, and initially I did write in Croatian, but I switched to English very quickly. And one of the biggest strengths that I would argue for this series that doesn't happen for a lot of other English fantasy series is that it genuinely has an evocative writing style, as it says there, in the sense of, I don't know if you felt it the same way. I feel it more. It's also probably because of the language difference, but it reads very much like a scripture of some kind.
huh.
You get the feeling that you're reading a scripture of a history. And that is, any kind of style that is more separate from the standard fantasy style is very rare. And in that sense, this book drew me because it gave me an idea for how to make it evocative, how to make it very visually appealing, how to bring to people who can imagine it, how to bring what they're seeing and what they're reading, how to bring it to life for them. And as I also said here, I do appreciate some parts of the philosophy. There is truth to the idea, to the maxim that that's something that we didn't mention. But one of the things that Kellas also often says is that their thoughts, other people's thoughts, come from the darkness that came before them, but then they substituted that they said that came after. And there is a bit of truth in the sense of, when you don't really think about it too much, it can feel as if our thoughts come sort of out of nothing, if you're not cognizant of them, or that you just take it for granted where and how they come from. And that lay ground, that idea kind of lay ground for my later development in terms of philosophy. I'm a lot simpler now. The way I see it is shit happens and you gotta deal with it as best you can. You know, a very basic Stoic philosophy, which I don't mean the current trend of Stoicism is the best manosphere philosophy shit. Which is terrible.
A lot of people who know much more than me, including notably Irving fucking Finkel, have done video essays on Stoicism in modern and historical context. And Irving Finkel, king that he is incredibly impatient with 21st century Stoicism.
No, it's so much bullshit in it.
I will say that
I'll need to watch that essay. I really want to see
let me
it.
let me go grab it for you. I'll just drop in our DMs. But
Sure.
The Stoicism is a oh, it wasn't Finkel. It was Esoterica. It was Esoterica.
Okay.
Esoterica.
Whichever.
But yeah, the frustrating. I don't know. Just to kind of clarify for people, the reason why Stoicism is what it is because it has a metaphysical belief. The metaphysics are really important. That everybody is actually made of the same thing. That me and Hana are not actually separate people. That me and Hana and the desk that I am sitting at are not separate. That the desk that you are sitting at is made of the same is the same thing as me. That there's one actual
metaphysically,
object.
not literally.
Well, it's semi-literal. It's semi-literal.
Intertwined.
Well, it's the Stoic philosophy is that there is the universe is one object, and us and our desks and our pens and our computers are all just different colors on the same thing. Like you have like the world is one big blanket, one big rug, one big tapestry, and all of us, our existence is as raised bumps and textures and colors on the same object. And that is why Stoicism, yes, very much like the Force, and that is why in Stoicism it is okay to accept bad things happening to you, because a bad thing happening to you right now is just part of a bigger tapestry. It's not just you. Right, it's not. You're not isolated.
At least in my case, at least, I don't take it that way. Mm-hmm. I just think so the way we say it is that here, you know, it's I use that kind of a maxim in a more common sense kind of way, in the sense that then taking out the whole metaphysical thing, it's just, yeah, shit does happen to me, and people may be rude to me for whatever reason. I'm paraphrasing a bit of one of the more famous genuine quotes out of Marcus Aurelius, you know, how he thought that, you know, people can be rude to him for whatever reason, or you will face evil people or evil things, and that you have to understand that you cannot influence everything. And I think there is truth in understanding that, yeah, you cannot know everything. You cannot know why someone is doing something that you may disagree with, or, you know, but that you can accept and still live out your life and try to be better, because that's one thing that I feel also that's not mentioned as much, is that at least the implications of Stoic writing, or at least Marcus Aurelius, is that you still have to try and be better.
Well, I will say this is my favorite little point to make about Stoicism.
Yes.
Is of all of the ancient Greek philosophies, there are many of them. You know, there's Stoicism, there's Epicureanism, there's Cynicism,
there's so many.
There's Platonism,
Neoplatonism.
Yeah, there's one thing that's really outstanding about Stoicism, and is why Stoicism was the preferred philosophy of Roman senators and Roman emperors, and is the same reason why it's a preferred philosophy among incredibly wealthy, powerful men today.
Yeah.
of all of those ancient Greek philosophies, it is the only one that does not ask that you give up being rich.
Yeah.
Epicureanism very much
fair.
asks that you give up being rich. Like people don't know that. It very much does. Cynicism asks that you give up having a house.
Yeah, that's true. I will admit I don't remember all of the details. I have actually, mostly in high school, because I prefer reading rather than fully studying philosophy. But in high school, I was like the only person in my class invested in, learning at least something about philosophy that we covered. And yeah, I remember those things. And you are correct. And
there's a very famous.
That's probably one flaw that needs to be addressed.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think that it's I don't know if I'd say it's a flaw that needs to be addressed. It's a thing to keep in mind. It's a thing to keep in mind.
It's something to keep in mind, yes, at least.
I
don't even think of that when I think of Stoicism. I just think of that it has a good life lesson, and that you don't need to go beyond that good life lesson.
I think that the Enchiridion is actually a very good piece of writing to read. I've got my criticisms of it. Mostly that it devolves into like weird fashion advice at several points, but I think Tacitus is worth reading. I think Marcus Aurelius is worth reading. It's just like if people are wondering why of all of the philosophies on the planet, you see billionaires get invested in Stoicism. Why of all of the philosophies they could ever look at, why they choose that over Taoism or Confucius or anything else, why they choose it over any other philosophy, it's very hard to avoid. That Stoicism doesn't ask that you actually like change your life that much.
Just about every philosophy and religion as well asks that you turn away your wealth. Except, I guess, Calvinism and Calvinist-related Protestant schools. No, you're correct. As I said, I don't go into it that far. I do have a funny story, in a way, I guess to me it's at least an interesting one. And that's that in that high school class. So, because I think we were just finishing up on Greek philosophies, and I was, I had an oral exam, and the professor at that point, because we were mostly just talking, because I knew how to talk about it, and she asked me, what do you think of each of these philosophies, and like, were they correct? And I was like, I think that they did the best they could at their time, but that we today know a lot more, and that we have better ways of thinking. Not to dismiss what the ancients thought, because they were very smart, but when you have a whole sum of human knowledge, more than a sum really, the difference in the quality ends up different. I didn't explain it in those ways. I mostly just said the first two sentences, that we have better philosophies to work with today. And the professor was like, yeah, I agree, and gave me an A.
It's interesting because I'm so like anthropology brained that I would say I disagree, but in a very mild sense, which is I think the philosophies we have today are more adapted to the philosophical questions we have today.
That's also fair. That's also a fair point, yes.
Again, I bring up the Enchiridion, which is a very short work, and it devolves into like questions of like fashion and like how you use facial expressions, and it's like I don't care, and these are not problems that I have today, and like, but there are problems in here that I do have today, and so it's. You can kind of look at it and choose the parts of it that make sense and kind of discard the parts that don't make sense. And
that's the thing generally with philosophies. I think philosophers, both then and now, tend to do too much thinking and too much writing about their thinking. When I say too much, I genuinely mean too much. I'm not saying that you shouldn't think. I just think that it goes beyond. They stop at the thinking part and don't really do the part as much as they could or should, if that makes sense.
The Marxist complaint, yes. But yes,
Accidentally Marxist. I'm not even trying to be Marxist, and then I somehow end up
yeah, you actually you stepped
anarchist or
face
something
first
adjacent, you know?
on the one of Marx's more famous quotes. The purpose of philosophy is not to observe the world, but to change it.
Yeah,
but,
and that's the ideal. That would be the idea, yes. But usually philosophers stop at the first part and not the second one.
well, it's a choice you make about what you're doing with your life.
Yes, I agree. I'm not saying that. So I'm saying that that's what I feel like they should, but it's not like I can or will command them to do other things.
Yeah,
you know?
I was about to say, like, I assume that you don't have the power to do anything about it. Like, I'm assuming you can't do it.
Listen,
you couldn't do it if you wanted.
Unfortunately, having to wake up as a dragon in the modern era and almost being discovered and making a rushed job of transforming into something resembling a human, kind of clipped my wings. So, you know, and I can't really breathe fire so easily at people to make them listen to me.
Yeah, it's I've got my own thoughts and feelings on this, but so you didn't enjoy writing because of your aphantasia. You found writing to be a struggle.
I think looking back, that was part of it. Other part was that people also always said that it sucked. That's part also why I've never gotten into art as much. They always told me that my art sucked, and I took that very seriously at the time. It's not something that I think now I can overcome it. It's just that I already have one way of expressing myself creatively, and I don't have much energy as a person. I would need more incentive than just trying to push through it myself to really learn how to do art. So that was also a thing. But yeah, eventually I kind of got over it. I started writing, and again, as I said here, the evocative style of this novel was a blueprint for how I wanted to have my own evocative style of writing, which I think is also rare in English as a language. So, and as a resume, yeah, if you could teach me how to do art, that would also help. But yes, thank you. But as a thing that I do want to say is that I do think this is a good book series. I think it is well written. And yeah, actually, what Gringot said there, that's also one thing that I didn't say, is that I didn't know writing techniques. And when I was 17, I went on a site called Scribophile, which is a writing workshop site, and it has an academy section with a lot of articles about, you know, the basics of writing, like what is this POE, what is that POE, what are dialogue tags, how to use dialogue tags, and I didn't know any of that. Or rather, if I knew something, I only knew it in a vague way, not directly. And learning those concepts as a basis in terms of technique helped so much. It made it so that I could actually write something that made sense with the rules. But I also kind of break the rules a bit just by default, because I always bleed a little bit of like the Croatian style of writing. When you read my stuff, it's noticeable that it's not quite English, you know, because I do some stuff that shows that it's not. It's weird to explain. You would have to read my work to get what I mean.
I mean, that happens. There's
I think it's a bonus. I think it's a good thing for me
It
to
definitely
do
can be. It definitely
because
can be a
it
strength.
makes
Yeah.
it stand out.
There's certainly that. There's certainly that. There's certainly that. I'm just there was something. Oh God, I can't remember what I was reading and what context it was. Where what the fuck was it? Where they made some weird choices. What? Oh my goodness, I'm gonna lose my mind trying to think about this. There was a point where I was like, oh, this is not how an English speaker would write this at all. These are almost cliche phrases, but they're not the same cliche phrases that an English speaker would use, and they were very striking for that reason. Like they were like 1% off of being these very common cliche phrases for American English speakers to use, and it made it seem so much more deliberate. It made it seem so much more deliberate.
In my case, in my case, it's a lot more like deliberate in the sense that I do actually, when you write, I obviously write very good English. Mm. I wouldn't have a master's degree. Like I genuinely never studied for grammar stuff at university, and I would always get an A. So and all that also goes for translation. Whenever we had a translation, like as an exercise and as a exam, I would always get an A, and I would never practice. I would just do it. One time I got by accident, I got the harder practical exam. So it wasn't meant to be like an actual exam for grades. I got the harder one because the professor accidentally didn't print out one extra for me, and they gave me the paper with the second one. It was meant to be the second practical exam, and I did it flawlessly. So for my second practical exam, I had to translate from Croatian to English a novel from one of our famous authors, a journalist and a novelist called Marija Jurić Zagorka, the first professional female novelist in Croatia, as a fun fact. And I did that flawlessly as well. The professor literally said that it felt as if it was written in English natively, So my level of English is more than good enough to make it, you will see that it is English, but you will also notice that it is not like everyone else does English.
Yes.
That's the thing.
Yes. Yeah. It can be a virtue. It can be a virtue. Did you want to go to the next slide?
That was also meant to be part of for something later, but it's fine. Now I want to hear from you, because that's something you kept alluding to it. I want to know what specific cultural context, Bush 2000s. Please, the podium is yours.
Okay. So, okay. I thought we were going to get to this later, but yes. So
wasn't it meant to be now? Because
I don't know. We didn't have a particular structure to this. I thought we were going to get through your entire presentation.
Let's go with this now. Then.
Hold on. What's this? Grammatically.
What?
I got lost grammatically. I thought we were going to get to that after we finished your presentation.
No, I think it makes sense to go with it here, because
sure. So
next part we'll be talking about like how it differs language in terms of style and everything. So goes more into writing. This is more connected to the book. So.
You sold me. So my read on this, right, is that this is a book from this is a book series from the mid-2000s. And so here are considerations that the characters have and concerns that the world has. Big consideration between the characters, big thing that seems to be emphasized in the plot is the distinction between people who are irrationally religiously motivated and people who are logical and rational. There's a huge emphasis on this, that the characters, like most notably Kalus, but also to a lesser extent Akemian, are these rational characters who are scientific and cool-headed and approaching things in a rational, realistic way. and they are contrasted with characters who are motivated by religious fanaticism. So it has this very deep new atheist vibe to me, and the ways in which Kelhus is an Ubermensch, the way in which he transcends the limitations of normal human power, is through this superlative, deep knowledge of fundamentally like existing science. That other people cannot see the scientific world as it really is. They are limited to superstitions and emotional reactions. And instead, the person who has this truly deep bone sight into the underlying physics of the world. It's very much a physics type of understanding of the world. He can see through all of sociology, all of religion, all of politics, and can manipulate politics through his superior understanding of the physical sciences. It's a very new atheistic way of looking at the world. And at the same time, again, there's this big concern about religiosity, but also it's worth pointing out that the way a Chemian understands his place in the world is that he's a spy. This is a passage that I'm thinking about from a Chemian's perspective.
Yeah, there's many of those. Yeah.
A Chemian gets a lot of the screen time. And honestly, even when other people are writing, it often feels like it's a Chemian's analysis of them, like it's a Chemian's interpretation of them. Like Esme's passages actually feel like they're written by a Chemian. But a Chemian,
to be fair, Esme is like extremely influenced by a Chemian in particular.
Yeah. That's true. But a Chemian, his interpretation of how mages fit into the world is that they are individuals who can destroy cities and flatten buildings. And this makes them a perpetual threat to everyone around them. And makes them resented and hated and feared. In the early 2000s, it's really hard to divorce that from discussions of 9/11 and from how Americans were interpreting and relating to the possibilities of major terrorist attacks on that scale, right? Like Americans were bone deep afraid that 9/11 was actually a pretty minimalist attack that somebody could do any day, every day. That like this was going to be something that would be like easily done. That you could kill like a sufficiently dedicated, irrational fanatic could kill tens of thousands of people. You think about like your most stereotypical global war on terror piece of fiction is the TV show 24, which is all about that. Right, like every season of 24 is 24 hours of uncovering a terrorist plot that's going to kill tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of people. Somebody has a bomb, right? So some religious fanatic has a bomb, and it is the main character's plot to use facts and logic to uncover the plot and stop it, and stop the bomb from going off. That's like the 9/11. That's the global war on terror piece of fiction. And I feel like that's a lot of what is going on with the way that the magic schools relate to the cultures that they're inside of. And why there was this scholastic war previously, and why there's this fear of those. And it's why there are these... I think it's a lot of why there's this like concern about these holy wars between these religious fanatical groups, and it's a perspective that I think is kind of how it looks from the eyes of an atheist. Speaking as a person who was an atheist at that time.
One thing is that all of the schools are very much... It's not that they're irreligious, but that they are very much... Basically, every mage is very well educated.
Yeah.
And I think part of that is to have the groundwork that because they are well educated, they would not do terrorism in that sense, or that they would generally stop themselves because they would be not necessarily less fanatical, but smarter about how they do their fanaticism.
I think it's also part of the sort of in-universe logic of why they are why they're not just educated, but why they are kept in positions of power.
There's also the Korai,
Yeah.
which
there's a force method of being exerted on them, right? There is a
Yes.
whip, but there's also a carrot element to this,
Yeah.
that the magic schools are embedded in the systems of power that exist in the world, and this means that the magic schools all have a vested interest in preserving the existing states, because the existing states at least partially serve the interests of these various magic schools. And
it's a case of both all the factions being useful to each other in that sense.
Yeah, because it's we're thousands of years into them doing politics with each other, and the thing about any incredibly powerful centralized political organization is that creates both opportunity and reason to infiltrate, undermine, and co-opt parts of it. And they've got thousands of years of progress of that, so everything is this deeply intertwined series of knots. But the sort of cynicism around it and the fearfulness of it, this is really, in a lot of ways, to me, a lot of this book is structured like a Tom Clancy. It's very much a spy thriller.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, it's very. It is the parts of the story that are about like fighting a big war are all kind of in the context of like spycraft and internal small politicking and hidden agendas. Everybody's got hidden agendas, right? Everybody in the series.
And ironically, that makes it feel more evocative and scripturalist.
I think I would not use the phrase scripturalist. I did not get that sense, but that's me. I got the sense of this as a. It did make it feel more grounded to me. And more realistic.
I guess the best way would be to put it is that it is very, very steeped in history.
Yeah, it feels very. It does feel very cynical, I would say. It's a very cynical work, and part of that cynicism is that
it's pretty much about the same level of cynicism, I would say, as Malazan, Book of the Fallen.
Yeah, I can see
it's not as bad as Joe Abercrombie's work, but
I actually think the contrast with Abercrombie is interesting, because to me, I think the contrast with Abercrombie is much funnier.
Fair.
That Abercrombie's work is people inside Abercrombie's work have senses of humor, and the world itself sometimes turns on outright stupid fucking coincidences.
Yeah,
like genuine Three Stooges slapstick ass things sometimes change the world, because that's something that happens in reality. Sometimes an important person slips and falls in the bathtub and dies, and that changes a war. Like, sometimes that shit happens. I think not trivially about the fact, I've talked about this many times, that when Cortez was fighting in Mexico, Cortez is fighting on the front line. He is a literal frontline leader. He is not just a commander. He is leading charges with sword in hand. And he gets through that war with no permanent scars. Meanwhile,
which is insane.
Which is incredible. Meanwhile, Moctezuma does not fight in any battles. And he gets captured and gets brought out to do a speech to try to calm his own people down. And he gets killed by one of his own people throwing a rock at him during a speech.
Yeah.
Like, what in the world? What an insane difference in luck between those two men. And this is... Well, Gringotts. That's the thing.
Says there,
But that's kind of how Abercrombie writes. In Abercrombie's world, this kind of stupid bullshit is really important. In Baker's world, it's not. In Baker's world, things proceed.
I would say that it does happen at least once, in a sense that, but the way he puts it is as a gamble.
Yeah.
In the second book, specifically, when Keller says to the leader of the German equivalent, he tells him to punish the Shrial Knights, and that's how they'll win the battle, which is just a total gamble. It's completely chaos. Kellis doesn't know what will happen if that happens. As it turns out, by sheer luck, he does do that, and it even kills at least the body of the consult person that that the consult person has had, and then they just assume the someone else's body and remodeled it to look as the same person. But it basically succeeded by sheer coincidence, because he just wanted to get that guy killed. So it's not that it doesn't happen, I would say, but it happens very, very rarely.
It happens very, very rarely, and like
one specific example, but there's probably one or two more.
An example from Abercrombie's fiction that I always think of as being like deeply funny is it's a much more strict Lord of the Rings analogy. It's much more straightforwardly and narrowly like, what if Gandalf was evil? And so like they've got the party of adventurers, and they're going to visit Elrond. They're going to the big capital, the big city, and they get a hotel together. They get a hotel suite together, and an assassin comes to kill them. And this happens while our Gandalf equivalent is in the bath, and everybody's squabbling and trying to deal with this very powerful assassin. And their Gandalf equivalent comes out, and he's fucking furious because he's had his bath interrupted, and he's this fat, naked old man. I always envisioned him as kind of like Santa Claus looking. And because he's frustrated, because he's frustrated and annoyed, he just blows up the assassin so violently it rips up half the building. And then he goes back to his bath. Like, this is the difference. Abercrombie is, there's a lot less dignity in Abercrombie's work. There's a lot of dignity to Baker's work. Baker's characters have, the least dignified character is probably a Chemion. He's probably the least dignified character, and even he is a quite dignified character. And whereas like Kelhus is like supernaturally beyond human foible. And Nair Ursiotha is like an absolute maniac, right?
So Nair, the thing with him is that he should be the least dignified one. Yeah. But because he's just that good at violence, he has so much gravitas.
Well, he's a violent lunatic. He's not an impotent lunatic. Whereas, like, that's a plot point in Abercrombie that it's actually one of Abercrombie's things that sticks with me the most was a sentence of infrequent rages make a king terrifying, frequent rages make him ridiculous.
Yeah.
And it was in the context of a really powerful character throwing a temper tantrum where he just embarrassed himself, and it's very clear that even though he's the most powerful person in the room, everybody else is starting to like disbelieve him and trying to figure out how to maneuver around him because they think his rages are so embarrassing.
That's pretty much the emperor of the Nansur Empire. What's his face? In this book, that's pretty much.
But he's not a major perspective character, right? Like he's not like...
he's sometimes a perspective, but not major.
Yeah,
his nephew is his nephew is one very funny exception. Is that's one thing that's also about the philosophy, I guess we could say, is that the one person that is genuinely fully immune to Callus's philosophy and way of doing things is the complete and utter narcissist.
Yeah, that would do it. That would do it. But yeah, so that's kind of like how I saw this situated. Was like it's I want to be clear that I'm not thinking of this as like a straightforward allegory, right? I don't want people to get the impression
No,
that
it's not. It's not.
that I think this is like a one-to-one thing where like the Fanim are Al Qaeda and stuff like that. No.
No, they're not.
I think that this reflects I think that the philosophical concerns that were on Baker's mind when he wrote this are very grounded in the philosophical debates that were happening between 2000 and 2010. That like you can see the fingerprints of the moment in time when people could take Richard Dawkins seriously. When Richard Dawkins was a character that like was a character that like had like a serious perspective that people took seriously and was not like a sort of clownish figure. This is kind of that moment in time that this book feels like it's a part of to me.
Yeah. I would also say is that it's also part of why this book and the first series, so The Prince of Nothing, feels more interesting, because those philosophical concerns seem more realized.
I think that when you're writing a historical story, when you're trying to make the unfolding of history part of your story, if you can place that within history itself, that helps, as opposed to feeling like it's an objective statement about the world.
Yeah.
Whereas it actually, I think, made the book more interesting, at least to me, that when I read these books in 2006-ish, probably. I think we said this book was from 2008. It's not. It's from 2003. I had to double check that. I was like, wait, no, something's wrong here. That when these books were coming out, they were inside the zeitgeist, and now that they're outside the zeitgeist, it feels more human and more historic.
But also I think that once it got out of the zeitgeist, also hi Mara.
Hello, Mara.
One of the things is that the second trilogy is focused more on actually resolving the plot, and despite that not being, it's not a disinteresting plot to finish, but at least to me, because it doesn't have the interesting philosophical underpinnings that the first trilogy had, it doesn't end up being as interesting, the second trilogy, because what the second trilogy mostly does is that it ends up saying, like, the most interesting thing that it says, and it's not really all that interesting, is that the bad guys win.
Yeah,
that's the most thing, and the first trilogy had interesting philosophical underpinnings, and the integration with the zeitgeist and all of that. So it's a lot more interesting to read, at least to me. So admittedly, I haven't reread. I only reread the first book. I only own the first book. I would have to find other ways to get the other books, but I have other things to do with my time. Unfortunately, I can't read like in high school, when I could just read and don't care and still get mostly very, very good grades. So
yeah, so that's right, Green Gots. It's very much around the, like, it was written because it was published in like 2003. That means it was written like under before the Iraq invasion, but like under the shadow of like 9/11 happening. And it's, again, like I said, like, this is one of those things that I don't think we always thought about it at the time, but like, for example, like the TV show Heroes is another one, right? Like the TV show Heroes, the entire plot turns around like a guy setting off a nuclear bomb in New York City. Like that's the actual A plot of Heroes, and like it didn't occur to us at the time that that's like a very specifically grounded in that moment in time paranoia.
That's usually more reflected, once a little bit of time passes.
Exactly.
That's when you realize
Exactly.
like right now you can realize that it's something that I've seen in Tumblr posts, ironically, because as I said, I'm not academic. I and also I don't watch horror, but one of the things that is more common in horror nowadays is the idea of this nebulous power that's both climate and capitalism that's going to destroy the world. And that is very apparent in the current horror movies, as horror movies are meant to be the most evocative genre of the fears of the people of the time. And you guys that read or watch horror, you can probably say more about it, but this is pretty much how I got that kind of thing, and I would agree that's how it feels, and not just in horror but in other movies like Knives Out. For me, the Knives Out series is a good example in the thriller detective thriller pseudo thriller sense, I guess, for those movies.
Yeah.
Okay, we've exhausted. Did we exhaust the zeitgeist
I think
topic?
it'll probably come back, but we can keep going. We can move on. Yeah.
Okay, we can go next to the next slide then. We've kind of covered, I think, the book, the series, the philosophy. So now we can go on what makes writing writing. So I actually, because you told me to break it up, I was like, okay, let's see, what pictures can I add? And I was like, okay, let's add writer memes.
Yeah.
Which is like things writers love to do. Lie down to think through a plot hole, but accidentally nap instead. Something that has happened so many times to me, I cannot even count. Scream recreationally, also, very much so. Forget characters' names, well, that one doesn't really happen to me. It has to take so much time for me to forget. Eat snacks, I mean, everyone eats snacks, but and work on novels they're not supposed to be writing yet. I mean,
whomst among us?
Folder full of VIPs that are never finished.
Yeah.
So standard things. So, but the main thesis that I have is that every writer tends to have a noticeable style, and but here's the thing: the style can also just be the common style of a genre, if that makes sense. So, and the common style used in a certain language. Because how do I put it? You can notice when a writer writes in a very genre specific way, if that makes sense. So I think a very good example of a fantasy writer who I would say is a good writer, but I would not put him as one of the greats, as some people seem to do, would be Brandon Sanderson. And have you read any of his works?
I have not read much Sanderson. I can say that that is actually, I believe that's actually that's actually next week's thing is Sanderson.
Listen, no, I think it was already. I think Sanderson was already there, or maybe that's what you prepared for next week.
No, next week is Nando. Next week Nando's doing, I believe.
Okay,
Sanderson.
Nando.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm not going to. Trust me, I'm not shitting on Sanderson. I like him as an author. I think he does good works. However, and there are many positive things to say about him, but when it comes to the style, when it comes to making some of his writing and his fiction evocative, he doesn't go beyond what is in the fantasy genre. He's very much in the fantasy genre style of writing. He's like the most stereotypical. As a friend of mine or acquaintance of mine, someone I used to be a lot more friendly with, but we kind of lost contact, put that Sanderson uses every writing trick in the books to make things work in his writing, and that is very true. But that is also the thing, is that how many fantasy fiction styles, or in general genre fictions, how many would you say that there are truly memorable for standing out in terms of their style?
Fantasy
I'm
novels stood
asking
out in
you,
terms of their style.
and not just fantasy. It can be any genre in
Oh,
English.
you've hit a bad one to ask me this question on, because like
I'm also asking chat. Can you
Uh,
guys think of people, of writers who you would say that have a very standout style of writing?
Yeah.
Something that is memorable and evocative just for the way they wrote it, not for the content. Well, chat answers that, because my argument is that when it comes to English, and it is something specific to English as a language, is that the style and the way people write is more focused on the content. It has, okay, I don't know Charles Strauss. I've heard of Charles Strauss. I would need to read. I need to read his work to be able to say anything deeply about it. But you know, a good point. You know, if he didn't, say anything. But because of what you end up doing, usually, at least well, with fic writers, the question is whether they are also ESL speakers, because I don't mean just that they're English fantasy. I also mean that they are natively English writers. Because if you have someone who is from another language, whether they want to or not, there will be something of that other language in what they write. But again, the point is that the prose quality, so the way that the prose works, you know, so that you have something to really be memorable in the prose itself rather than the content, that prose quality is subservient. At least that's how I feel when I read generally stuff from the English language. I don't mean it for everyone. I don't mean it for every author, but you have to. Danielewski did.
House of Leaves.
House of Leaves. Yeah, I've read him. I'm not quite sure. I'm probably a bit more stringent.
Keep on going,
because so here's the thing. I have a higher standard for it because again, this as I come to the third point, when it comes to Croatian literature, the lack of varied styles becomes apparent because this is something that I feel is more inherent to the English language, but you guys, the way your language sounds is not as evocative and stylistic in prose as it does in other languages. Whenever I encounter an ESL language speaker, yes, there is bias, don't get me wrong, but I also hear it from English people, is that English is not exactly a very beautiful language. That's what I usually hear, you know.
Interesting.
And that is not exactly true. It's not that English cannot be beautiful, because poetry, again, that's what I say. It can be beautiful. Don't get me wrong. I'm saying that's exactly the point that I was about to make. When it comes to English poetry, in terms of style and that kind of idea of being poetic, there is that, but in British English tradition, generally it's more focused on poetry rather than prose. Yes, there are important works of prose, obviously, like what's it called? The guy that wrote the Dubliners, and well, he was Irish, and he wrote Ulysses.
Joyce.
James Joyce, yes, and others. Yes, they do, because British English is a bit more poetic in their sense, but it's not that big of a difference, at least from my perspective. But when it comes to poetry and epic poems and stuff like that, English is exactly as poetic as any other language. You know, because poetry is by its very nature, it's it's more unique and evocative. Yes, that is also true, that the extreme amounts, but it's not just the extreme amounts, it's also the quality. Because when you make it so that one of the things is that, ironically, even though CIA was very against Hemingway as a politician, I think that they've some of the maxims, that stories need to be short, to the point, etc. I'm pretty sure that it's something that they've also tried to spread in writing circles, as a way to differentiate American style. At least I've read about it, and that's also the thing, because you guys are very much against putting prose, and that weakens your prose, not just on the quantity level but a quality level. That's my thesis. The CIA thing aside, you guys generally, one of the things that you always do is you go show don't tell, but to show you need to have prose, and that prose is then still very minimalist. If that makes sense. Can you comment so that I'm not so that I don't feel
I mean,
now?
what I was going to say was, I don't know that I could disagree more. I think English is a very beautiful language. I think English is particularly a literary language. I think what's interesting to me about the course of world history is that English strikes me as a uniquely ill-suited language for doing business and law, things that it is often purposed to, and is a language that has been warped in ways that make it difficult to understand, but useful and interesting for making poetic and making poetic decisions with.
But I'm not disagreeing with you there, in the sense that I do agree that it definitely can be used for that, but it's only really used for that in poetry. Guys do not have a strong, generally, you do not have a very strong prose
I think at least in America, I think we actually have a stronger prose tradition than poetic tradition.
You do, but it's a stronger prose tradition, but it's bogged down by ideology, because to differentiate yourself, you go with making stuff more minimalist. That was at least the trend for the long time.
I think that this might be okay. This is something I've been thinking about doing a bit of a video essay on for a while, and you're making me want to a little preview on this. This is why I think that genre fiction readers need to read more literary fiction.
That's also true.
Because I read genre fiction, obviously, but I also read a fair amount of literary fiction, and it's really hard for me not to think about, say, Hilary Lecter, and not notice that she's making really strong post-poetic decisions in her writing.
I would love to read it.
Temporaries is actually a phenomenal piece of science fiction that is also a piece of high literary fiction. I think it's I just think about the. It's really hard to look at McCarthy, for example, and not see that as making like really strong, interesting decisions about pacing and word choice and meter. And I think that these are things that are fairly common, and I think they get suppressed specifically in the case of fantasy and science fiction. Is what happens. I think that the norm, if you're reading more literary fiction like Anna Quindlen, is that you are going to encounter lots of really interesting prose, and the abnormal part is that in our sci-fi fantasy tradition, that sci-fi fantasy authors, this is something Ursula Le Guin talks about a lot in her writing advice.
Yeah, she does. I love her.
I love Le Guin. Le Guin talks about this quite often, that fantasy writers, we actually talked about this with Clonk last week, Le Guin specifically invoking Lord Dunsany, Lord Dunsany, that people keep on trying to just copy Lord Dunsany's prose without understanding what is the beating heart of it, and this makes them not very good prose.
And Tolkien as well. He actually understood it though.
Yeah, well, Tolkien is
the same tradition.
Well, Tolkien is particularly interesting. I mean, Tolkien has Tolkien and Dunsany have the same effect on writing, but they're also coming from very different places. Dunsany is coming from a very romantic tradition, a very like medieval revivalist fetishization of old Celtic poetry, and Tolkien, I feel like this is the most important single thing to know about Tolkien and his influences on writing, was a professor of English literature, specifically the Iron Age. Like, he was reading Old English poems all day, every day for years. And like that's his main influence, and it's really striking in his writing, and it like you can see the differences between the Germanic poetic tradition and the Romantic poetic tradition in the way that Tolkien writes. And if you're not reading Beowulf, are you reading Tolkien, right? Like, if you read Tolkien without reading Beowulf, like, what are you doing? You're not reading Tolkien. Like, and this is again, like those are British authors, right? Those are both British authors. They're not American authors, but it's something to be. I think that we do have this power, but I think that it specifically in the cases of how we write science fiction and fantasy, where science fiction and fantasy spent about 50 years being filtered through, you have to get published by a limited range of publications, right? That's what makes it science fiction and fantasy. That's what makes it genre fiction specifically, is that like you get published in genre journals. There's a whole history of that in our language, and because for a long time there was a single gatekeeper to the taste of those entire genres in the face of Arthur C. Clarke, this had a very flattening effect on prose within those traditions. I do think that there has been a flattening effect. But here's also the thing.
If I can say from like my perspective as the superior European kappa.
It's not like VTubing. It's really disillusioned me on the Europeans here. But keep going. Yeah.
I'm joking.
I know.
So the thing is that especially in modern times, it may not have been as much before, but in modern times, and I actually feel like it's something that's bled into generally genre fiction here as well, and that's that first, genre fiction is the most important set of fiction, if that makes sense. It's the thing that everyone will read. Which always, in a way, it has a smaller, lesser barrier to entry. Like, that's one thing. But the other thing is that something that you said, that the literary fiction feels more suppressed. I have never heard of, what was her name? Sorry, Hillary
Lecter. She's quite popular these days.
I have never. Well, I have never heard of that. That is just me, though.
Well, I mean, it's.
But also, I just think that the literary fiction lost popularity overall in terms of population. Part of it is due to slightly higher barrier of entry, and another is that it just doesn't really get across or discussed in, at least as far as I've seen, whenever I hear of literary traditions, great literary traditions, and the prose. If I hear anything about US literary tradition, is usually the either genre fiction or the exceptionalist, or what was it called? The movement in early 19th century that established American exceptionalism and the poetry of that time.
The late
what's his name? I know one.
Emerson?
I know one author that actually really like. God, there was a poem of his that I really love.
The early 20th century poet that people tend to refer to.
19th.
Early 19th. Okay, that'd be like early transcendentalism.
Yeah, transcendentalist poet.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah,
term.
I was thinking of
Sorry.
Emerson would be the one I would think of for that movement.
No, I mean transcendent. That is what we hear. I would say in. Obviously, I'm not one to say that it's like the only thing you hear in Europe, but it's the more common ones if you hear about it at all. It's not that much of a common tradition to talk about. I would think, if you think about it more, it would be insane that there wasn't a more literary fiction tradition in America as well. But it's just not something, at least in my experience, that is as widespread as it should be.
Yeah.
And part of it is simply the time we live in. Again, you really need to know more classical literature to be able to engage with literary fiction, because if you just jump into it, it will sound too hard, if it makes sense.
So I would say I disagree with some of with that element that you just said. I disagree on that. I don't think.
I mean, it depends on the person, I guess.
Well, I actually don't think that most American literary fiction is actually super difficult to access. I do think that it is.
I don't mean access in the sense of that that you cannot get it.
No, I didn't mean that either.
Yeah.
I meant in terms of like readability. I did mean in terms of readability. I don't think it's actually that much harder to read. I do think it's much less advertised and much less commercially successful. I do agree with that. That is true. And
that gets it into the self-fulfilling prophecy of not having as much impact as it should.
Yeah, I am making the advocacy as a person who has the ability to try to persuade people that they're missing out. That they're missing out by not reading these things. So these things deserve more of your attention.
That's fair. I'm saying I would love it if you would link me, and not just Hillary Lecter, but also many others. Like, I would be down to read it, because I do think you can do a lot of interesting things with English language if you know how to do it. If you are brave enough to go and do the prose, do the quote unquote breaking of conventions, even though you're not really breaking any if they're already present, you know what I mean. But because for me, again, as English second language, it's especially from a Slavic language, which is a language that is Slavic languages are incredibly modular languages. They are also one thing that also needs to be said is that Slavic languages are heavily difficult in terms of grammar.
I can believe that. Yeah. I can believe that.
Like I said this story before. Maybe even to you, but one of the things that one of my friends at the time sent me was how the conjugation of verbs in Japanese, and how they were like, "Oh, look at this! This is difficult." And I didn't write that reply to them, but I laughed so hard at that, because it's so much easier than what you get in Slavic languages. And but to finish the point, because of that modularity, there is a much easier time with us making things sound poetic without it also being wrong, because you can write a sentence. This is just an example, it's not the only thing, but you can write a sentence: subject, verb, object, subject, object, verb, object, verb, subject, object, subject, word. You can write in any way and it is still legitimate. I think subject, object, verb is the main one still, but all of those are grammatically correct. While if you do it in English, for example, it feels like you're breaking a lot more things.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel quote unquote grammatical. And that is part of what I mean when I say that English doesn't end up sounding as beautiful often, is because generally, yes, if you break it too much, you would sound like a maniac. And
I mean, that's what Joyce does, right? That's James Joyce's thing.
that is James Joyce's thing, yes. And he's based for it. Don't get me wrong. But that's why it feels to me, as someone again from someone else, from a different language, different main language, that English, even if it may have the potential to do things in a poetic, literary, interesting way, it doesn't. It just doesn't, as often as it feels like, so mix. First off, English only technically has cases. You can say that they exist. You will not learn them unless you study linguistics. And because they are not important. They just aren't important. Like the only one that's sort of important is the genitive, because it indicates possession. Slavic languages have 7, arguably 8. In Croatian, it's 7 as well. I would know. I've done Croatian, and cases are one of those things also that's incredibly hard for English people to actually study in other langues.
My second language is Japanese, which doesn't have cases.
Yes,
so
that's too.
It has less cases than English. So a thing that I find interesting about English writing, this actually goes back to an interesting point about the book we were just talking about.
Yes.
Breaker of Horses and Men.
Yes.
So English does have one. English has a when I look at English versus other languages that I know, which Japanese is by far my next best, followed by Chinese and Hindi, which are very steep fall offs there, very steep fall offs in each run. Yeah. English speakers have really large vocabularies in terms of sheer quantity. The level of literacy that a college-educated American has will typically produce a vocabulary of about 30,000 something words. A Japanese speaker will be more like 5,000. And where I'm going with this is that a lot of what makes your literary choices as an English speaker is in your word choice more than your grammatical modification.
That's also true, yes.
Yeah. We have the Breaker of Horses and Men is a fairly complicated and very evocative double entendre that, as you pointed out, doesn't survive translation into Croatian.
In that case, yeah, because one of the words just sounds wrong translated directly into Croatian.
Yeah, and it's and this is we've got all these really weird ones. One of the ones that is very weird is cow versus beef.
Yeah, the English versus the Anglo-Saxon.
The Anglo versus our Latinates. Our romantic.
Frenchy,
our romantic derivations. We also have like weird Celtic origins to a lot of words. And of course, I live in New York. And so there's entire words and specific pronunciations of words that I have that indicate my class, my education, and my geography. Like chutzpah, right? Like a word that I love, chutzpah. Very rarely used.
I think I've heard it. I don't know what it means.
It's actually kind of difficult to define. It's a kind of courage. It's a type of courage. It's a specific weird subtype of courage where your boss comes in and says there was a fire at the store, and you respond with, so do we get paid time off for that? That's chutzpah.
Okay.
Gall
Yeah.
is a good Gall is a pretty close
Yeah,
concept.
go. Yeah,
It's a kind of impish courage.
yeah.
It's ballsy is another similar term. But like think about, like we've got all these words. We've got chutzpah, courage, cheekiness, gall, ballsiness, nerve. You've got the nerve. We've got this very deep vocabulary where these things have these very subtle implications in them, and that's where I think a lot of the richness of our language is a lot of the richness of, and a lot of where the strength of our literary tradition can express itself is in these subtle word choices. These subtle word choices that allow, pluck is another one. Yeah, these are all just courage. Right? If you wanted to simplify and rationalize English, you would flatten them all into courage, or bravery, depending on your feeling, and instead we've got all these like weird, like informal terms that have these very subtle distinctions that, again, they might indicate your class position, they might indicate differences about your intention, about the power relationships between the people using them, and that's where I think a lot of our strength is. And again, this is why I think that the genre fiction world is kind of this is why I want people who read lots of genre fiction to read more non-genre fiction, because in genre fiction there is a lot of that flattening going on. You know, you choose words because they're what the genre uses.
Yeah, that's definitely one of my biggest criticisms, as I said here.
How many fantasy novels are going to say that a guy's ballsy, right? It sounds too 20th century.
Very. But you can make it. You can probably make courage sound different, but you would have to. Like the way I use it when I write, I'll get more on that, is that I use a lot of metaphor and comparisons.
Yeah.
And I use very, very evocative images to get that across. Although I don't really write fantasy fiction, as we'll get to, but I would say that that kind of thing to this or that extent definitely is in other languages as well. Obviously, it depends on the language. And as for Japanese, I think Japanese is a bit of, and that goes probably for Chinese as well, is a bit of not quite the best comparison, because a lot of their the depth in their language is not in the word itself, but in the symbol that the word uses. And for Chinese, it's also complicated because you have to also add the tone of the word that you're using, which deepens their vocabulary. So it's not quite the best comparison when it comes to languages that have Latin script.
I do not mean to imply.
I just wanted to explain that.
I do not mean to imply that Japanese is a less deep literary tradition.
I will say that English can have a lot of depth to it, but at least in the terms of perception, because this is something that you will see. So here's the thing. When it comes to exports, in terms of culture, the far easier exports, unless you're very well educated and or academic, is something that is pop culture.
No,
generally.
It's that's fair.
And that is, so I hope you can understand, even if what I'm saying is maybe more focused on genre fiction than the entirety of how language is used. I think it's understandable why I have that kind of feeling from the English language, because and most other people who are ESL, is because you just don't get exposed to the literary. You get even less exposed to the literary fiction than Americans do.
Than Americans do.
Which is already a low bar. Will have to agree with me that it's a low bar.
I'm not disagreeing that we're not necessarily exporting our best. I don't disagree with that one. I make this joke that American exports are kind of insane. And like it's understandable. I can draw historical explanations for why we export the things we export and why the exports were known for the exports were known for. But like one that's always that like sticks with me as one that I always like to highlight because I like beer. Right? I like beer, and I think America actually has a phenomenal beer culture. I think we make incredible beer. But we don't export any of the really good stuff. None of our good stuff gets exported. You're not going to see a founder Scorpion in Croatia. We're not shipping that overseas.
Hero of the brand, so
I mean, the only ones we ever export are like Budweiser,
Bud Light,
which is not even actually American. I think it's actually Belgian, or Miller. Like we'll export like stuff like that. We'll export like really awful beers. But like, we have this like whole constellation, this whole ocean of incredibly good beers. Yeah, PBR is a terrible beer, famously bad beer by American standards, famously garbage. We're selling it over there so we don't have to sell it over here. Level bad. So bad that drinking it was a sign of pride on irony grounds for years. That's how bad PBR is.
Yeah.
And like, we're not exporting our good stuff. Weirdly, the version of McDonald's we export is better than what we eat over here. Like European McDonald's are better than American McDonald's. It's baffling. It's so weird.
It's so okay. So here's the thing: when it comes to exporting products, you can export whatever you make. However, when you export companies, the companies have to abide by the laws of other countries. So that is why we get way better McDonald's, is because the food standards in both Europe and Asia is much higher than in the US.
Well, in my understanding of
that and work standards, you will get even slightly above minimal wage here for working in a McDonald's, and it pays pretty well, So
I mean that's all. Like I said, I can come up with explanations for it, but it's just like very funny that like when I say America has good beer, people are like, what are you talking about? Like, I've had American beers and it's awful. I'm like, no, you've had the worst garbage that we were able to produce. Like and in the case of beers, it's because of different forces, right? Like there's different forces for that because there's import-export regulations on alcohols, and like compared to exporting whiskeys, beers have like their own different thing, and like so like there's an explanation, right? There's a coherent historical explanation for it. But the end result of it is that the really good shit is only seen by Americans, and there's all sorts of differences where that happens, right? Like there's all sorts of differences where like our movies are all over the place. I think most Europeans are capable of seeing our better films, like our David Lynch and stuff like that. I don't think that's particularly restricted.
No, it's not.
But our like we export odd stuff is my point. Like we don't. And in the case of fiction, I think like a big thing, right? I think a big thing when it comes to fiction is that I was actually talking about this on the Discord. Is that so? This is the third time I've had a fantasy epic on this show.
Yeah.
And next week I've got another one.
Yeah.
And part of this is that it's just a fucking popular genre. It's just a popular genre. That's the end of it. It's just a popular genre.
Okay. I do have a question. How many of your other guests are ESL?
Hold on. Let me think about this for a second. Hold on. I'm trying to go through. You might be the first.
I might be the first. Okay.
You might be the first. Let me think about this. Kirill and Lux are Canadian. Kiri and Nyano and Klonk are American. So I think you're the first person outside of North America.
Oh my god, I can't believe it. But okay, so here's the thing. Fantasy, at least in terms of more classical European fantasy, not in the terms of genre fiction, but I mean in terms of what Tolkien is, because Tolkien isn't genre fiction. It's much closer to literary fiction, I would say. I don't know if you agree, but I would say.
I mean, so I actually don't think that they're contrary groups.
Yeah, they're not contrary
yeah.
groups. I'm not saying that. So here's the thing. I'm not saying that Tolkien's works don't fall into the genre, but they have a more literary, the literary fiction kind of feel to them. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Than the genre fiction. And the thing is that this is something that Sir Terry Pratchett says, is that in the UK and in Europe, fantasy sells no matter which type of fantasy, but in the US, fantasy wasn't really that popular for a long time.
It's true.
Even in genre fiction, it's only with Tolkien that it became sort of popular, and then D&D came and made it mega popular in terms of kind of genre fiction and fiction in general. And I personally don't even think that it made things the D&D part. I think it actually made things worse for fantasy, because personally I think D&D, by its very nature as a game, gamified too much of fantasy.
Oh my god, I've got two complicated opinions on that one. I that's like a separate lecture in and of itself.
Yeah, I believe, but okay, let's try to just quickly kind of the opinions, please.
No, No, I don't think it's worth getting into that on that front. But I do think that, well, where I was going to say, to back up a little bit, when I was talking about like how fantasy is just a popular genre, what I do think is kind of interesting is that part of that is that because of the way that it's marketed and told to people and sold to people, it feels more intellectually accessible and therefore easier to get into. And I don't actually think that's true, to be completely honest. I don't actually think that's true. I think that Anna Quindlen is easier to read than Tolkien and just as easy to read as Sanderson. But also what is kind of interesting to me is that I would say that there are kind of three places where people who kind of self-identify as non-readers still wind up reading a ton of books. One is fantasy / sci-fi, like the genre, the traditional genre fictions. And this is English language. I'm just talking English. Two, romance novels. And three, fan fiction.
Yeah, if we're talking about here, it will definitely be only romance. And it will definitely only be romance.
I'm waiting for somebody to come on
fantasy,
with
fantasy isn't that delineated. There is one thing that I do want to address this, and it's also a historical reason. Sorry if I'm interrupting you a bit here, but I do think one major thing is that Americans really tried to separate their literary tradition in the early days away from the European, because one of the things that we have is a very big culture, very long-term culture of fairy tales. I'm not saying that American fairy tales don't exist or that you don't have children's books, but it is a different vibe and different way of having them. And for you guys, they are very much, they are much more dismissible, if it makes sense, in the terms of overall culture. I'm not saying that the actual people who know what they're doing dismiss it, but it's not as important, and that makes fantasy different. Yes, and our fairy tales are centuries old. We have a lot of history behind them.
I mean,
and the white Americans kind of destroyed the fairy tales of
the Native Americans. Yeah, I would also say that, like, we have a folkloric tradition, but it's less formal and quite odd. So like a thing that I think would qualify as filling many of the roles and sociological functions in place as a fairy tale would be the story of John Henry. and that's just a song, right?
Yeah.
Like we got stuff like that. Like it's yeah, we don't have like I've read like Italo Calvino's book of Italian fairy tales and stuff, and like they're much more formal and they're much more prose than what I would say is like our real equivalent.
They're also more inundated. Fantasy is also more inundated in the literary tradition of the country, because one of our most cherished writers. There are several. We have old epic poem writers and stuff, but one of our most cherished writers in Croatian tradition is actually another female writer, Ivana Brlić-Mažuranić, who made a series of fairy tales. She is the fairy tale writer. She wrote in like late 19th, early 20th century, I believe. And the funny thing about it is that a lot of those fairy tales, even though they draw up on some sort of a historical mythological basis, they are actually mostly inventions by her, because but not in the way that you may think. It's because a lot of Slavic mythology, and she researched it, I researched it too, a lot of almost all of Slavic mythology just doesn't exist. We do not know it. We know the names of some gods, we know maybe the names of some some gods, and it depends on the region which gods are important or not, but we do not have that many concrete evidence of what the mythology was specifically like, what were the specific boogeymen. Like, we know something, we know a bit, but it's very, very little. But it still draws upon the history, and we know, even though they aren't probably like the real mythology that was, it feels like it. So it still has that weight of history in it. Her fairy tales, and they are like something that's that everyone reads at some point. That's also what Hunter says true. It's Bigfoot, Jersey Devil, but they count as fairy tales, but they don't have that weight to them, if that makes sense. They are part of the culture, but they are not as tightly inundated in it.
I can't make a comparison about like how tightly versus not tightly, but I was going to. Hunter did anticipate a point that I did want to make, which is I
would say that I would agree with this. That's the closest thing I would say that you have to fairy tales.
And we conceptualize them. We conceptualize
thing,
Yeah, we conceptualize those as like we call them like like campfire stories or ghost stories or horror, like there's or urban legends, right? And there's a lot of parallel. I don't know how strictly equivalent I would make them, but yeah, there are a lot of what I think would qualify as our fairy tales, is like UFO conspiracy theories and stuff like that. And again, I don't know how I don't know how similar I would say that would be, right? I don't know how
it's not. It counts as an equivalent, but to us who have that kind of literary tradition, and that kind of literary connection to fantasy as a normal thing, it doesn't feel the same. It doesn't. And that's something I forgot to fully mention, the quote by Sir Terry Pratchett, but he said, in the US, his sales of fantasy books were mid. In Europe and UK, they were completely fine. People were buying them off the shelves, because it's the difference between literary fantasy and genre fantasy, at least until modern times, has not, like very modern times. I've legitimately been like last 30 years, has not been anywhere near as prevalent as it is in the US. Also, I think we can go to the next slide. I think it's also a bit about this stuff, so might as well change the thing a bit.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm coming from this position that I do come from. As I said there, it also that English tends to work better in my experience outside of the novel format.
I do think that Americans are a little bit. I think people are a little bit obsessive about writing novels in English, and I think it's we've kind of overused the format, and I think we'd be better off being more experimental
I
with
think
our fiction genres.
okay. So it's not that you've overused the format because everyone writes novels. It's that you have overused the way you write the format.
I mean,
That would be the more accurate thing to say.
I suppose. I mean, novels are actually a fairly narrow format. People often use the word a little bit loosely. It's a surprisingly narrow format. And anyway, let's keep going. Yeah.
So one other thing. Since we've already talked about the first 2 points, have you ever read Homestuck?
No.
This is the thing.
You asked me.
Okay,
no. We did talk about a piece of experimental fiction.
Has anyone had the misfortune of reading Homestuck? Sorry. Also, this image, this meme that I put there. Yeah. Right. Just writer things. A little relatable. But okay, so here's the reason why I wanted to talk about Homestuck, because I've read it. I read it at the time at the recommendation of who was my best friend. Sadly, we're not in touch anymore. Fortunately, I haven't. So I think there is a lot of worth in reading Homestuck. However, the specific reason why I wouldn't even recommend that you read the whole thing. You really don't have to for the point that I'm about to make. You can read the first couple of acts because they are shorter. It's with Act 6 that it has so many sub-acts and it gets really long for a variety of reasons. But if you read just the first couple of acts, one of the things that makes Homestuck stand out first is that it is a chat box format. So it's completely different from usual novels or even other webcomics, because you have a chat box format in which characters have a specific handle, and they also have their what they say is also both highlighted in color and also highlighted either by lead speak or by the way they speak. And it's also a product of the same time period, actually, maybe a bit later, but Homestuck was started in 2009. You'll get a lot of jokes about Barack Obama's presidency being a thing, for example, and other stuff. But the main thing is that, and that is also something that, again, I don't know how true it is in literary fiction in English. Well, it is. I guess I could feel that it is through somewhat from what I've read of things that are adjacent to it, like Tolkien. But Homestuck has incredibly strong character voices. If you want to learn how to make your characters sound distinctive, you want to read Homestuck, because of the limited format of the chat box for most of Homestuck as a series. Not entirety. Homestuck encompasses a lot of things. You have a lot of songs, a lot of soundtrack. You have flash games. You have animations. Mini movies, stuff like that. You even have prose, usually much later in the story. But for the initial part, especially, it's mostly just the limited chat box format. And Andrew Hussey, the writer, he very, very expertly made use of that limited format to make characters stand out. And my advice, genuinely, read some of Homestuck. You don't need to read all of it to get my point. Because Nyah, you can probably vouch for me, but I hope you can vouch for me to say when I say that I also am able to make characters sound very distinct when I write them. And that is my secondary biggest influence in that. Homestuck gave me the framework to make people sound different, character from character, or rather to be able to embody them and talk and when I write to make it so that my writers talk like they would really talk. It's unfortunate that you haven't read even a bit of it, to be able to, to have a back and forth of that here.
Well,
but
we did talk about another piece of web fiction. I think we've both read, right? 17776.
yes, 70. I haven't read it as much as you have, probably because I wasn't as interested in it, but I did read some. Yes, so
I think 17776 is, when we're talking about character voice, I actually think it's partially, this actually reminded me even more of it, is it's free, it's a piece of web fiction, it's not actually very long, and one of the decisions that they made is that it is exclusively dialogic. John Boyce made the decision that it is exclusively dialogic. There is no voice of God narrator. There is no narrator. They do not even tell you who is writing at the beginning of a line. They rely on spacing and text color for you to know who is talking. And by the end of the first entry, the three main characters, 9, 10, and Juice, you can recognize their character voices within 3 to 4 words per line. Like, you can figure... 10 can be a little bit trickier. Juice is instantaneous. But that's because... And 10, I think, is a little bit harder to notice because 10's very formal. And so 10 writes in a very normal, formal voice. And so it's not always as obvious, whereas Juice is a maniac. Juice is a clown. And so you can tell these things apart. Even if you're not really looking at the white space and the coloring, you can always recognize when Juice is talking in the narrative. With the exception of when Juice is actually being professional on purpose, which is very funny. That's a good little comedy skit in the middle of the story. And this... I think that there's a lot of options for how to do strong character voices. It's something that, depending on the type of fiction you're trying to write, may or may not be a priority. In general, one of those things that actually kind of stands out about epics as a style is that you don't do it. Right? Is that for epics, you don't bother with it because the characters aren't supposed to be distinctive like that. The characters are supposed to be
larger than life.
Yeah, they're supposed to be larger than life, and they're supposed to be archetypical. They're supposed to be archetypal, and it's also intended to be a world where everything is kind of a piece.
It's really the events around them that make them the distinctive characters that they are in epic format.
And epics, particularly epics in English, are often kind of derived from, medieval chronicles, where the medieval chronicle is all written in one voice by whoever the narrator is, even when they're saying what other people said. Right? Like they rewrite what other people say to be in their own voice because that's part of the chronicle as a genre. And so epics inherit that, where everybody in the epic, that's like a difference between Lord of the Rings the books and Lord of the Rings the movies, is that in Lord of the Rings the books, Merry and Pippin and Frodo and Sam all sound the same. And for that matter, they all sound like everybody
that's
sounds
the omniscient narrator. That's how it's called.
Yeah, there's an omniscient narrator in a lot of these things, but like even when that's what like a big thing is, like Gimli sounds ridiculous in the movies. Gimli has the same speaking patterns as everybody else in Tolkien. Like he has the same speaking patterns as Gandalf.
That's like that's actually one good thing about the movies in its own way. Because again, the movie as a medium is very different from the book.
It's a much more compressed medium. There are places where that helps. There are places where it hurts. I dislike the specific choices they made for Gimli, in particular, as a long-time Gimli defender.
No, that's fair. He's more comedic than he should be.
He's robbed of a lot of his dignity and gravitas, and I think it hurts the entire narrative to do so.
No, that's fair. But what it did do is that because of the different medium, as you said, much more condensed medium. Changing the way characters speak made them more evocative, rather than larger than life as they are in Tolkien.
Well, I
You
think
know, or it's also part of it is also just plot. Like Aragorn is not really much of a character at all in the books. He's just
Aragorn.
you know,
Yeah.
he is literally the epitome of pauper king. You know, initially pauper king that gets to become the pauper that becomes the king, kind of deal. And that there's not much to him. And in the movie, that there's a lot more going on with him, both romantically and on the front of, you know, his feelings about being a king. And they are both good characters in their own ways because of the medium and genre that they're trying to convey. Like, because I love the movies as well. I will generally defend the choices that the movies made. Besides Gimli, I will not defend Gimli. You know, I would agree with you on Gimli. Like Legolas is slightly more interesting in the movies, but he's not interesting as a character, I would say, in either of movie or the books, for example.
I mean, you have to make decisions when you do adaptation.
Yes.
You know, blah blah blah, et cetera, et cetera. You know, in the case of Lord of the Rings, I think a lot of the reason for making the character voices somewhat more distinctive is also just to make it easier to keep track of who's speaking at a given moment. Because it's a huge fucking cast. I mean, like, let's be real, man. That's a big cast. Like, you don't think about it all that often unless
it would also make it boring. It would also make it a lot more. It wouldn't. So the movie relies a lot on the visuals, of course, and the music to convey the atmosphere. But if the characters all spoke the same, the fact that the visuals and the music would not help then.
I will make a contrary point, which is that one of my favorite directors is Yorgos Lanthimos, and one of Lanthimos' distinctive features as a director is that all of his characters always talk the fucking same.
No, that can be a good thing.
Yeah, it's an artistic choice. It's an artistic choice you have to make.
I just think that for Lord of the Rings, the movies, it worked better.
Yeah,
I mean, certainly, I'm not saying it for others.
Certainly because it just has... It's such a big cast. Like, I don't think that people really internalize that, like, going from 3 characters to even 5 characters starts to really strain what you can get done in a movie. And Lord of the Rings has like 10. Like, it's so many goddamn characters. And that's just like one of those things that, like, is not always obvious. That, like, like when you've tried to write fiction, it becomes very obvious. That you're just like, what am I doing with this character? Like,
it's also because simply in the movie, the people who are acting the characters actually speak. So you will have people's natural voices, even if they're doing a voice. You still have a natural voice in it, if that makes sense. So that will inevitably end up impacting what you're doing in the movie. Like, Viggo Mortensen as Aragorn delivers a very good portrayal. He is doing a voice in part, but also his natural voice by default would, even if he spoke things in the same way that Aragorn of the book did, it would come across differently because he's speaking it. You know, that difference in medium is very important to acknowledge. We went. We were like, no, we're not gonna discuss Lord of the Rings. We discuss it anyway.
We I mean, it's not the book under consideration by any stretch of the imagination.
I mean, you just kind of gotta.
I mean, it's hard not to. It's hard not to. It's hard not to, and it's time
for a break.
Well, I was actually we're approaching the 5-hour mark. I was getting ready to wrap up.
To wrap up,
it was where
I do think we have a slide or two more.
Yeah.
I can go over a bit of, my writing journey from then, and we can wrap up. That's also
yeah, I think
fine by
that's a
me.
good point. I think it's a good idea. Yeah. So we've got
'Cause-
this one. What the hell do you write? What does Hana write?
Yes. What does this empty brain write? Wait, the stream is a bit late for me. Let me refresh it. Okay.
Yeah, that happens.
So
that happens.
here's my face. I hope you like my face. Okay, so I do not actually write fantasy fiction right now, at least. It's not something that has ended up working out. Part of it is simply because one of the things that if you write fantasy generally by genre conventions, and Tolkien is in part to blame for this, and I don't mean it in a bad way, but you write really epic long things, and I have kind of found my niche to not be that long because I am not interested in that epic of a narrative.
Yeah.
Generally, I have an idea. I can talk a bit about the series that I have had in mind. It would also have actually been an alternative history kind of a deal, but in the sense that one thing that I found, and I still find annoying to a bit, to some extent, is that technology doesn't progress in magical settings, which I think is not true. It's not something that would be true, because so the general counter argument is that magic makes it unnecessary, but that is not quite true. Magic would make it unnecessary if everyone could do magic. And if everyone could do magic to at least the same degree of competence. But because generally not everyone can do magic, generally very few people can do magic, it's simply a matter of resources. Like, people will end up having to find ways both to counteract magic if they want to, or to substitute the effect of magic. You know, technology would progress in some way or another. I have also had it tied to a magical system that I don't think would quite work the way I would like it to. It ends up too complicated. In my case, it would have been an epic series which would go from the Roman time. The specific allegory would be, because I'm not trying to be special like Tolkien. I embrace the allegory, and the allegory for the first book duology, trilogy, whatever it would have ended up being, would have been the Spartacus rebellion. And the second book would have been the rise of Muhammad, as in, Prophet of Islam kind of deal. But it would have ended up differently. Not necessarily that the quote-unquote Islam would die or anything, but I've just had some vague thoughts. Then the third one and the fourth one would be roughly in the same equivalent time frame. Namely, it would have been the Queen Amina, if you want, of Zazao, and the Aztec and Maya at the early onset of colonization. Those would be two separate books, just to be clear. But they would have had, the different developments to our world. And then I think it was meant to be East Asia, like the Boxer Rebellion / Meiji Restoration, I think there was also there was something in Korea going on as well at that time. That would have been, I think, the fifth book. The sixth book would have been Modern Times. Seventh book would have been Cyberpunk Corporative Dystopia with magic. And the last one would have been a space opera. And it's kind of too big of a series. It's too much work. It's I am interested in those concepts. Do not get me wrong. I would love to delve into it, but I've kind of learned that I have to downsize my ambitions in a lot of ways. And as it turns out, right now I'm mostly, as Nya in particular can elaborate, I'm mostly a fan fiction romance writer. I also offer commissions. Can I give a shout out to myself on that?
You're allowed to. You're allowed to. I tend to like to leave a space at the end for plugging.
Okay. If anyone wants me to write, I can give you some examples of my writing, and if anyone wants to commission me for writing, whether it's fan fiction or original, we can easily discuss it. I would. I'm down for writing for money. I'm down for selling myself out.
I mean, we've all got to eat, right?
That's putting it harshly. I mean, but no, seriously. I think I can do a pretty good job with what most people would ask me of. Just to be clear, if you want me to write porn, it will cost you more.
Fair. Fair.
I have written original stuff, as I said, my master's degree. So my master's degree, so in terms of the scholarly part, because my mentor made me write an intro as some concept. That part sucks. I wouldn't give it a pass. They gave me not just a pass, but an A on the overall paper in every aspect because of the quality of the story of my master's thesis. And it's a story that's in some ways it's driven inspiration from my experiences, because one of the things that one of the things that made me realize I was trans, that made me start realizing, was playing Dragon Age Inquisition. And it was the first time I made a female character in a game that has character creation. And ever since then, if a game has character creation, I always make a female character. That was kind of like the main starting concept of that story. And it also deals with being a streamer. And the whole chat interaction, how it feels to have audiences, what it feels to change your image as a streamer, because that can very much impact, who you get, whether you even keep your following, that kind of thing. So it's not quite a finished work in the sense that, as my mentor said, it could be, first he said it's very readable, that it's better quality that he expected of me, and he already expected of me a lot. Like I was, and I wrote most of it in 3 days, actually, because so I was thinking at the time, because for a long time I couldn't get myself to write because of other reasons, and I was thinking, okay, the deadline last time was the week after this one, in the same time frame, for submitting the thesis. I mean, for my bachelor's thesis. But what if this time it's this week? And that kind of lit a fire under my chair, made me write. And I managed to write it out and submit it literally the last day and get the paperwork done. So, and they've still judged it good enough for me to have although I felt like I was grilled, they were, they felt that they were being very gentle with me, which they probably were. That they could have pressed me so much harder on the scholarly aspect, but and as a last bit, I write song lyrics. I write not just song lyrics but poems, but usually I write them in the format of song lyrics, and I can link some of the stuff there. There are some lyrics that were made into songs. If you guys want to hear, I can link them to you. I can link them to you as well, Almantas, if you wanna listen to work. I've worked at least in making the concept lyrics, and another lyricist expanded upon them. Yeah. I've done song lyrics as well, which I think sets me apart from a lot of writers.
Well, I mean, it's a type of poetry.
It is, and
Yeah.
I write it more like poetry, but I make it into more lyrical form, in that sense. And so, if you guys are interested, again, I can link it. And the last thing that I wanted to say about my writing is that most people, when they read it, they're like, "Oh, your writing, it's so vivid, it's so evocative," and I'm like, "Yeah." Great. Thank you. I don't really get it. I mean, I do on a logical sense, but I don't get it in the literal sense. So, I'm that's the way things work for me. So yeah, if you guys are interested or in me as a streamer, you can find me as Terakawa Hana
Yes.
everywhere on all social media.
Yes, she should be linked in the title, but I will also give the shout outs.
Yes, thank you.
That is her. That is her.
And that is the presentation. That is everything we've more or less wanted to cover, I think.
Yes, I think that is. I apologize. My head fell off a cliff about 5 minutes ago, so I have run out of the app engine broke down.
If you want, there are some book recommendations if people want to see them.
Yes, we can go back to that. We can go back to that. I did read The Left Hand of Darkness recently, and it was amazing.
I've made my bachelor's thesis is on The Left Hand of Darkness. I love the proto trans themes that Le Guin went with.
My favorite of hers is though Tombs of Atuan. I'm an Atuan guy. I go Atuan and Tejano are my two favorites.
Yeah, they're very good. Yes, especially the later books in that series.
Tehanu's so good.
That's her fantasy series.
Yeah,
they do a lot more social criticism.
If you want to see an actual feminist piece of fantasy, Tejano is a really feminist piece of fantasy. It's really good.
Le Guin is awesome. But even more than her fiction writing, I would genuinely recommend reading her essays.
I also think Steering the Craft by her is very good.
Yes.
Steering the Craft is very good. If you want to learn about being a writer, I think Steering the Craft is actually in terms of guides for writers, I think Steering the Craft is a very good one. A lot of writers don't write good. Agree. A lot of writers do not write good guides for writers. She does. But yes.
Another shout out here because it's popular with people. I hope you guys here know Lady Saffron. She's a big fan of the Masquerade series, or Baruch Cormorant, and it literally says there, it's evil, lesbian, economic war crime, the series.
Yep.
It's have you read it?
I have not read Baruch Cormorant. No.
Again, recommendation. It's it's also very appealing to us Paradox gamers, I would say. The Chronicles of Famber are a much more standard fantasy series in that sense, by Roger Zelazny, but it's one that I really love. So again, big recommendation. Are you surprised that I'm recommending John Green?
Not really. No.
No, it's because he has, at least amongst the Tumblr crowd, he has a unfavorable rep, but I think that's
because they're babies.
Unfair.
Yeah.
It's
unfair.
Babies.
He's fine. He's fine.
I'm not saying he's some amazing author or anything, but I do think Looking for Alaska is good to very good, especially as a young adult fiction. And a Connecticut Yankee at the Court of King Arthur, very much a really fun, basically isekai novel by Mark Twain. It's exactly what it sounds like. Imagine someone from 19th century getting thrown into 5th century Britain. Yeah, sure, we can do that.
I can also just very straightforwardly just copy. Well, here, this is actually very
Yes.
easy. I will put that in the Discord right now. I will put that in after. Should I put that in after streams or books and more books?
Yeah.
Put in books and more books. I'll do that
Books
literally
and more
right
books,
now
yeah.
instead of.
Yeah. I mean, screenshot also works, but still.
That's exactly what I did. Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, then just as a quick note on the final ones, I've talked about Homestuck. Again, if you really want to read it in full, be my guest. I wouldn't exactly recommend it for some reasons. It's too deep to go into, but at least in terms of learning character voices, big recommendation. And the last one, Brideshead Revisited, is a posh gay turns Catholic, more new set 11. It's sort of autobiographical by Evelyn Vo, and it's genuinely like the first third of the book is just so gay in a very posh British sense. So it's just a very interesting read, you know. Also very evocative, does a lot of things with its writing style, I would say. So yeah, that's about it.
Yeah.
There's probably more, but like if we talked about how all the books we could recommend, we would be here until we died. Okay, sorry, I don't want to keep any longer. You seem more tired than I am.
I need to eat. That's where I'm at. I can feel my blood sugar having fallen off a cliff.
Yeah, I could also eat too, actually. So
thank you so much for joining us, Hana. Thank you all for watching with us.
Thank you for inviting me. I've had a lot of fun. This is all stuff I really love talking about.
I think that very few people will be surprised by the raid target that I have in mind.
Okay.
We're raiding Vex.
Perfect.
Yes,
timing.
perfect timing. So I think we will actually use a different one. We'll use that raid message. Good. That's my raid message. If you want to use a different one,
raid. Okay, perfect.
If somebody's got the pen, I'm so bad with finding emoji. I have to literally go to the emoji database and like type them in.
Oh, I feel that.
Yeah, I don't use mobile ever.
I feel that.
Actually, I'll do that right now. Emojipedia. The emoji wiki. I'm sorry, that's the place I go. Pen.
But yeah, again, I hope you guys had fun. You know, it was that these kinds of things can get very complicated. So I hope we weren't boring in a sense.
No. I don't think we were. I'm not worried about that at all. I'm not worried about that at all. So there's the if you don't have emotes access, that's what you can use. I'm going to use the one with the little cute emote of me writing. Follow Hana.
Let's
read books.
Say hi to Vex and Cat.
Let's say hi to Vex and Cat. Good night. And I'm going to be on John Kemp Collins on Saturday. I'll put more announcements about it. Goodbye. I love you all very much.